a keening brokenness tearing out of me. I don't hear the knock at the door. Don't realize Jax has come in until he enters the shower and wraps his arms around me as he sits under the water, fully clothed, holding me. I don't think about his lies, his alter identity. I don't think about what our future will be or what I'll do tomorrow. I just cling to my friend, to the person I've grown up with, to the only one who knows me inside and out. I cling to him as my heart breaks, and he gives me his strength even as he mourns with me, even as his tears mingle with mine, even as the water chills. Still we sit there, embraced in our shared grief. I wasn't the only one who lost family today. My parents were his family too. Whatever else has happened between us, whatever else will happen later, he's my brother in this loss, and I can't shut him out. I need him too much. Time passes, but I don't feel it. Everything stands still until finally my sobs subside, and I can breathe again. The pain doesn't go away, but buries itself in my heart. It creates a new home in me, nursing on the anger that has begun to swell there. I look into Jax's eyes, my eyelids heavy, tears staining my cheeks. He looks almost as heartbroken as I feel. "I'm so sorry, Star," he says. "I loved them too. I miss them too." He brushes wet hair off my cheek. "I'm so sorry. I should have been there. This is all my fault." I wait for the grief to swell again, but I've cried all I can cry for the night. "I know you do," I say. "They loved you like their own. I know they wouldn't blame you, and you shouldn't blame yourself either. Even if you'd been there, you couldn't have stopped the Nephilim. No one could have. But I will. Someday, I will." I suddenly remember I'm naked. In front of Jax. I turn away, covering my breasts with my hands, hoping I'm not blushing. I've never been naked with anyone before. This is not what I imagined. What will Jax think of this? I glance at him over my shoulder. He looks calm, maybe a little intrigued. He clears his throat and averts his eyes. "The water's cold. You should get out." I lower my gaze. "Sure." He turns off the water and hands me a towel. We don't touch. I guess I was wrong. He's not interested. "Thanks," I say, wrapping the towel around myself as I stand. "I'll go get dressed." I grab the clothes he gave me and the tissue box and leave him in the bathroom. I hear the shower turn back on as I dry off and dress. I shoved the tissue box into a corner under his bed until I can figure out how to keep my few precious belongings safe. He comes out a few minutes later in just a towel, his body more muscular than I remember. The wolf pendant he always wears dangling around his neck. I turn my head while he shrugs into his own clothes. He hands me a brown paper bag and sits across from me on his bed. "Some food and life force. You need to get your blood sugar up." "Thank you. I'm starving." He has his own bag, and we eat our food in silence. I take a bite of the turkey sandwich he brought and nearly spit it out. "I think this meat is bad, or something," I say, holding it out to him. He takes a bite. "Tastes fine to me," he says with his mouth full. Mouth closed when chewing, I tease, slipping back into old me as if the day hasn't happened. He opens his mouth and sticks out his tongue, bits of half-eaten food making a grotesque vision. "You are disgusting," I say. "Seriously." We both smile, but our humor fades fast. I put the sandwich back in the bag and pick up the packet of life force, ripping it open and sucking out the sweet nectar that promises long life and good health. I feel instantly better. I've never much cared for life force as an energy drink before. It always made me a bit jittery. But now I pull out a second packet and drink that down quickly, feeling the unquenchable hunger in my gut finally subside. Around me, colors brighten, and my senses become more alert. No wonder everyone loves this stuff. Jax finishes his sandwich and his own life force, and then we sit back, looking at each other. Jax, what's going on? What were my parents a part of? He shifts on the bed, avoiding eye contact with me. I'm not sure I should be the one telling you this. Jax, please. I need to know. I have the right to know. He nods. Years ago, before we were born, your parents found some kind of weapon. Something that could cripple the orders. Something that could destroy the world. Some of the counselors wanted to use it on their enemies. Your parents argued against it. They won their case, and, under orders, went into hiding with the device. My father was charged with guarding them. Once I was old enough, I was charged with guarding you. All these years we've been sitting on something that could destroy the world? Why did you never tell me? The same reason as your parents, he says, sadly. They didn't want you to grow up in the orders. They didn't want you to grow up a patrician. The idea that I am a patrician is still foreign, and I store it away in a corner of my mind. They were my parents. Parents never tell their kids everything. But you were my best friend. We grew up together and shared all of our secrets. I'm sorry, he says, but I couldn't tell you because I couldn't hurt you. Or them. And because I'd taken an oath. His fists clench together, and I can see his pain reflected on his face. I reach for his hand, and he takes mine. And I realize that if he hadn't known about any of this, I would be alone right now. I can't reconcile all the lies, but I'm grateful he's here, that I'm not alone in this. What was it? What was the weapon? He shrugs. Only the council knows. Well, now anyways. Because my parents knew. I try to push that thought away, but wait, he's wrong. I shake my head. The Nephilim, he knew. Jax drops his voice. I wouldn't talk about that. Not here. People have strong feelings about Nephilim. Most everyone believes they are extinct. If they aren't, we have an international crisis on our hands that could send us back to war. I pull my hand away and lean back against his headboard. You think I'm making this up? His eyes are distant. I think things are changing, he says. A knock on the door interrupts us. Before we can respond, a woman walks in. She wears the tunic of a knight of the Hospitallers, and I recognize her as the woman on the council who seemed cold and calculating. Jax stands and salutes her. I need to examine Miss Knight, she says, looking at him instead of me. Of course, Grandmaster. Hello, I'm in the room too. But, Jax adds, you should ask her yourself. I could hug him for that response. Seems the old Jax is still in there somewhere. She turns to me, a small smile on her dark face that softens her features for a moment. Pardon me, that was rude. Do you mind if I examine you? You've taken quite a beating today. I do mind, but figure it's a good idea to get checked out. Go ahead, I say, but Jax stays. Of course. As Jax sits back down, she asks me to lie on the bed while she examines my hands. Your cuts were much deeper, weren't they? I nod, figuring it won't do any good to lie. I thought as much. There's some deep tissue tearing, and the bones have been damaged, but they appear to be healing remarkably well. She raises an eyebrow at me, then pulls up my shirt. Jax turns away, though he saw all of me already today. The woman pokes at my chest and stomach, her fingers expertly feeling around the hole that had been torn through me. What caused this? She asks. I hesitate, not sure what to say. I don't remember. Something hit me, and I fell, then blacked out. When I woke, I was in pain and covered in blood, but I was already healing. She opens her mouth to say something, but Jax whispers in her ear. Her eyes widen, and she nods. All right, then. Overall, you are looking remarkably well for a woman who nearly died a few hours ago. Get plenty of rest tonight. Stay hydrated, and let me know if anything worsens, or you develop other symptoms. With deft hands, she pulls a syringe from her bag and sticks it into the vein in my arm, filling 3 vials. We need to run some tests to make sure there are no other problems, but you seem healthy enough to me. She stores the vials and packs up her bag while I adjust my clothing and scoot back on the bed. She reaches the door before turning to face me. Her eyes are gentler than before. I am truly sorry for your loss. I was close to your parents when we were younger. They were good people and will be missed. With that, she's gone. Her words shock me. It never occurred to me that there would be people here who knew my parents. But it makes sense. There's so much I don't know. I'm too full of questions to sleep. I stand and grab Jax's jacket, slipping it on as I pull out the tissue box under his bed and grab the ring and chip, shoving them into my pocket. I need to go home, I tell him. I have to get to the bunker, to see if there are more clues to what's really going on. Jax places his hand on my arm. Scarlet, you can't leave right now. Not yet. It's the middle of the night. You need rest. Just try and stop me, Jax. I don't have a plan as I slam the door behind me and march out of his bedroom and into the Teutonic Hall. There are guards outside. 1 on each side. They grab my arms. I kick one in the knee and am about to punch the other in the face when a commanding voice calls out, "Leave her!" The Chancellor walks toward us, his long robes flowing around him and his walking stick clicking against the stone floors. The soldiers immediately let me go, scuttling away at a gesture from my grandfather. "What do you want with me?" I ask, knowing he holds my fate in his hands. "Are you planning on keeping me as a prisoner?"
"No,"
he says simply.
"But humor me for just a few moments before you traipse out of here barefoot in the middle of the night. I have one question for you. Answer it, and I will provide you an escort to take you wherever you wish to go."
He looks down at my bruised feet.
"And shoes," he says.
He sits at the table near us and gestures for me to join him. Recognizing my limited resources and short-sighted plan, I sit.
"What is it you want, Scarlet?"
I cross my arms over my chest. "My parents." His eyes flinch.
"Of course, I ask the wrong question."
He leans in, serious.
"What will you do?"
"I'll find the Nephilim." I stick my hand into my pocket and pull out the token of strife, squeezing it until the cuts on my hand open up again. "I'll find the Nephilim who killed my parents, and I'll make the monster pay with his life." He nods.
"Then stay, and let me train you. Let me forge the sword that would avenge my daughter's death."
His eyes gloss over as he speaks of my mother. And for the first time, I realize Jax and I aren't the only ones in mourning. He lost a child, perhaps the worst kind of loss a person can face. But our shared loss does not make me trust him anymore. Can I really join these orders? These people? Can I trust anyone here? Still, there are things about his offer that tempt me. I raise an eyebrow. So, you'll make me a knight? He nods as he talks.
You'll still have to pass the initiate trials, and you'll have to progress from initiate to page to squire to knight. But I will start you on the path.
So no shortcuts. Changing subjects, I ask something that's been nagging me since walking through these halls. How did my parents become knights? Why were they chosen to protect this weapon?
Stay, and I'll tell you,
he says. More secrets. They're all biters here. I can't believe I wanted to be one of them. I need to get back home. Everything I have is there. All my memories. Everything I have left of my parents.
The Inquisition is there,
he says,
discerning what happened. But when they leave, I promise you can return home.
Alone. With my father's airplane. He raises an eyebrow, but nods.
Very well. Alone. And with his airplane. I assume you can handle the aircraft by yourself?
Yes. I have before, even if it wasn't strictly legal.
Will you come back? Will you train with me and learn what you must become to avenge your parents?
This matters to him, and a thought occurs to me as we sit here, measuring the breadth of each other. He needs me. Though with this entire school, with all 4 orders at his disposal, I don't entirely understand why. But the fact remains, he needs me. And I need him too. I can shoot a bow and throw a few punches. I can hack any system on the planet. And I can fly an airplane. But I have no idea how to kill a Nephilim. I need him and Castle Viani. Maybe just as much as they appear to need me. I'll come back. I can't promise beyond that. But I'll come back.
That's good enough for now,
he says. How long until I can go?
A few days.
Jax comes out of his room and stands beside me as I thank the Chancellor. What do I call you? I ask. He smiles.
You can call me grandfather. I would like it very much if you did.
I don't know how I feel about that, but it might be good to have another living family member, to not be the last of my blood. The Chancellor turns to Jax.
Watch over her. She will need help in the coming days.
Yes, sir, he says. The Chancellor, I can't quite bring myself to think of him as grandfather yet, stands to leave, but hesitates.
Scarlet, do you know what you're holding?
I open my hand to look at the black ring. My father called it a token of strife.
The tokens are an ancient practice of the orders, he says. The token of strife symbolizes a conflict. When you give a token of strife to another, you are challenging them to combat. But only when you put the token on do you agree to the challenge.
My father wore it during the battle.
Then your parents died fighting for their beliefs, for their belief in protecting others, for their belief in this place. They died as Templars.
I suck in my breath and squeeze the ring harder. The Chancellor puts his hand over mine, his limed skin thin as paper, and smooth against my own.
I know you can't trust me, but perhaps you can trust them.
Chapter 14. Fortuna. The next week is pain. I stay in bed, crying and howling, waking in hot sweat. I eat near nothing. When I sleep, Jack says I mutter things he cannot understand. I suspect they are things of vengeance. It is all I think of. Vengeance. Loss. In my dreams I see faces, those of my father and mother, those of Brooke and Ella. I see Apex. I see the angel. They are one. And I see myself stab them in the heart. Jax and I have slept in the same bed before, but last night felt different. Everything feels different. I didn't want to feel alone. We've shared a bed before, I reminded him. Just stay. Please. I'm not sure how true that was, but it worked. He stayed, and I woke up this morning with his arm draped around me, the stubble of his cheek rubbing against my shoulder. We've never crossed the friendship line, and we didn't last night either. But it was a form of comfort, a semblance of safety in a world that suddenly seems dangerous. I dreamed of my parents last night, and for the briefest of moments, just as I was waking, for those few moments, I forgot about what happened a week ago. Forgot that my parents are dead, that I'm homeless in a world I don't understand. I had them back, if just for a flicker of thought, and it felt so good, so happy. Then the memories came crashing in, and reality destroyed that briefest of peace. Jax has brought me clothes that fit, and for the last 3 days, he's asked me to explore the city with him. Each time I've said no, but today feels different. Today I could use a distraction from the pain. It is still there, but duller than before, calmer. So now I stand at the gates of the castle, dressed in borrowed clothes and borrowed shoes, my hair braided to one side, my treasures tucked into my pocket, ready to face New York City with Jax. Jax is dressed in his order's formal uniform, a cloak with the Teutonic symbol. His wolf pendant hangs around his neck, as always, but now he also wears his Teutonic Knight Order ring. You never went to a Castrodomus, I say. When you left for summer, you came here. Yes. I know he hates lying, hates knowing that it will be a long time before I stop scrutinizing the little and big discrepancies that now make up all my memories. My life has become a puzzle, broken into too many pieces to count, that I have to put back together. Only it isn't making the right picture. It's making a new picture I don't recognize. Mirrodin was a Pat, wasn't he? That's how he knew the things he did. Jax shrugs. I don't know. I've suspected, even done research. But if Mirrodin was a Pat in hiding, then his files are sealed. Though there is no proof, I am certain I am right. Mirrodin knew what it meant to be part of the Orders, knew their corruption. It is why he trained me. We don't take the car, as I expected. Instead, we walk into Vianney, the town, and head toward the subway. How do we get to the mainland from the subway? We're on an island. He smiles, a bit of boyish charm shining through the soldier. You'll see. It's pretty incredible. Incredible is an understatement. We don't have subways where I grew up, but I remember going on one before the war, when I was little and my parents took me to New York for a family vacation. This is in a class all its own. We cram into the train with several other students and some faculty, and with a rumbling and jerk, head underground. But we soon find ourselves not just underground, but underwater, Jax points to something and I follow his finger.
They built a tube from the mainland to the island, all underwater, and created the world's most advanced underwater subway.
The walls of the train turn transparent, allowing us to see the underwater world around us. Fish swim by, ignoring the giant sea monster of humanity. But what most surprises me are the larger-than-life sculptures that line the bottom of the lake. It's an entire scene. Humans and zeniths and Nephilim. A recreation of a battle during the Nephilim War. All made of stone. That's amazing!
A local artist created the statues, with permission from the orders, to encourage coral reef growth. It certainly makes the commute interesting.
We arrive in New York faster than I would have thought, and I follow Jax out of the subway tunnel. I notice lines of soldiers at the entrance and exit of the tunnels, checking the IDs of all who enter, and I ask Jax about the security.
Only students, staff, special guests, and those who live on the island as support are allowed in Castle V. Everyone who wants to ride this particular train has to be cleared first.
I step out of the tunnel and place my hand on a light post, my jaw comically unhinged. New York has really changed since I was a kid, I say. Jax laughs.
In more ways than you know.
My eyes follow a beautiful woman covered in leaves of reds and greens, the branches contouring to her body in such an organic way she looks part tree herself. She touches something behind her ear and suddenly her hair turns from brown to green. Is she wearing an Eden fashionable? I've seen them on the e-screen. Once scientists figured out how to grow living plants into predetermined arrangements, architects, fashion designers, and artists jumped on the possibilities. But it's pricey. Too pricey for the town I grew up in. Jax chuckles.
It's the latest style.
And that hair color, I say. Instant hair dye. What's the brand? Easy Dye. I want one. I study the dizzying landscape before me. Fairy trees with glowing fruit line the sidewalks. People rush in and out of a giant mushroom, manipulated by Eden architecture into a courthouse. Inquisition officers police the streets in full armor, their faces covered, looking part future, part medieval. Zeniths walk around, tagged with their color-coded earpieces. Every Zenith has to register with the Zenith Registration Directive, ZRD. I've never had to because I never had Zen abilities. But I do now. Will I be tested? I thought I was done with testing when I turned 18, but I have no idea what they'll want to do to me at Castle V. I squeeze the light post, fear building inside of me. Maybe they should figure it out. Maybe then I'll know why I'm changing, why I'm becoming something different. I can feel it, this shift inside me. I couldn't eat breakfast. All week, the food tasted like ash in my mouth, but the life force was like drugs to an addict. My senses are sharper, my healing faster, my body growing stronger. I try to hide it, to keep the truth from Jax especially. Something changed me the night my parents died. Something to do with the weapon. But I don't know what. And I don't know if I can trust the orders yet. I pull my hand away from the light post. There is a dent in the steel. I tremble.
Something wrong?
Asks Jax. No, I say, and I grab his arm and rush us down the street. The Fortuna Festival was always my favorite time of year back in the Kingdom of Sky. Until the year Ella and Brooke were sold to Apex. After, I would see Ella smelling the fairy flowers sold at the booths as I walked by. Her ghostly memory forever stuck as a child on the day of her kidnapping. Or Brooke, biting into her third honey bread as if she'd never tasted anything like it. I learned later she hadn't. That year, the fair seemed even more magical as I saw it through the eyes of my new friends. Now, it holds a special place in my heart. It was the last day of our childhood. Though the memories fill me with melancholy, I appreciate the decadence and excitement of the festival. I laugh out loud and Jax turns an eye to me.
What's funny?
I wave my hand to the insanity around us. The streets of New York are packed with people in the most outrageous wardrobes I've ever seen. Not only have citizens easy dyed their hair to change color throughout the day, but many people, men and women, have their armpit hair dyed and adorned with baubles of various sparkle. Some have even gone to the extreme of dyeing their skin to sparkle in purples, blues, and pinks until they no longer look human, but like some strange alien from a world made of cotton candy. "Look at this," I tell him. "It makes Sky look plebeian." Jax nods.
New York has a much higher ratio of patricians with Castle V.
"Everyone is so wealthy."
Not everyone, he says, a shadow falling over his face.
We are impeded in our movements by the crushing crowd as they clear the streets for the coming parade. So instead of fighting, we stop and watch the spectacle. Men and women wearing thick furs and animal masks lead the parade. They are the tricksters and madmen, using fire and illusion to create magic as they fool the crowds with tricks and sleight of hand. They are masters of acrobatics, flipping and flinging themselves over the paved streets, tossing candy to cheering children as they do. Next comes a float made of living fairy flowers. They glow with inner light and change colors, moving and swaying to their own rhythm. An enchanting song plays through hidden speakers, a seductive minor melody that a lithe girl dances to with fairy wings that look real. Her long red hair flies behind her as she performs moves that defy the human body, using a pole to climb higher for her more daring stunts. The next wave comes thudding through the crowds with drumbeats of war and blood. They are warriors, dressed in armor with swords and banners. They dance a different kind of dance, light on their feet, but lethal, deadly. Sun flashes off metal as they move. With each new performance, I am mesmerized by the skill, costumes, and effort that must have gone into creating this parade. Priests surround the final float, burning frankincense and chanting. A knight rides in the center, surrounded by patrician children who kneel in prayer.
"That's Princess Tavora of York, Templar Knight of the Third,"
Jax says over the hum of the crowd.
"She's being honored today with a laurel from the Archbishop."
The Princess Knight stands tall, her sword held high like a warrior returning from battle. She's dressed in black armor, and her hair is cropped, short and gray, unusual for a woman of her ranking and age. She can't be much into her 30s. She scans the crowd, and when she looks my way, our eyes meet. Her dark eyes widen in recognition, then turn away. "What did she do?" I ask.
"Helped secure another territory in Asia for Pope Icarus and the Four Orders."
I nod. The war is never over. If we're not trying to conquer Nephilim and Zeniths, we're trying to conquer each other.
"She will be promoted to a Knight of the Second today,"
Jax says, glancing at the princess.
"You look up to her, don't you?"
I ask. He nods.
"She is the fastest rising knight of our time."
She does look young to be a Knight of the Second. All knights start at the 9th, and are promoted when the clergy deems fit. The Pope must always give approval. Some orders, like Inquisition, don't even have a Knight of the First at the moment. No one has been found worthy. We follow the princess and her procession through the streets toward the Circus Maximus, an oval coliseum where big events are held, and where she will receive her laurel. It's a long walk, and Jax pulls me close to him as we navigate the crowds.
"Have you given thought to what you will do now?" he asks.
"It's all I've thought about," I say.
"Star."
He looks at me.
"I want you to stay. Join the orders with me. It's always been your dream. We can do it together."
It was my dream, I admit. But much has changed. The orders are more corrupt than I imagined. My life is more complicated than I ever knew. It's a big choice to make.
It's true, he says. There is corruption. Where there are humans, there is corruption. But we can change it from within. Make things right. Correct the path of the orders so they use their power for good.
Is that what you're trying to do? Fix it from within? I'm still trying to figure out this man next to me. This patrician knight who is also my best friend.
Yes, he says. Remember when we entered carving competitions together? It's like when you design a house. You may not get it right the first time, but you don't just walk away from it. You work on it. Fix the mistakes. Correct as you go.
I shake my head. Sometimes the foundation is too corrupt, I say, using his analogy. Sometimes the best thing you can do is tear it down and start from scratch.
Your mother wanted you in the orders, he says after a long silence.
My head whips around. How do you know?
His eyes are haunted. She told me. I overheard her and Marcus arguing about it one night. Your dad was scared for you. He wanted you to have a safe life. A simple life. It's why he fought her about your education. But she wanted this for you.
I let his words settle in me. I was the main conflict between my parents before they died. My grandfather wants me to stay so I can avenge them. You want me to stay to change things from within. My mom wanted me to follow her path as a Templar. My dad didn't want any of this for me. But what about what I want? It's my life. He reaches for my hand.
You're right. It is. So, what do you want, Star?
I swallow a lump in my throat. I want my parents back. For the rest of the ceremony, we are silent. Tavora gets the laurel, and it is a simple thing of branches and leaves. Why, I wonder, is war worth such a thing? When the ceremony is over, we leave the Circus Maximus and walk down the street. I notice the man in front of us has an earpiece marking him as a zenith. An Inquisition officer and his partner also notice and stop the man.
"Random inspection,"
the first officer says through his helmet. The guy doesn't argue, but doesn't look happy either as they pat him down. No one around us even pauses, which tells me plenty about how common this is. The second officer checks his ID while the first one inspects his possessions and checks his pockets. Helmet 1 shows his partner.
"Elemental. Fire."
Helmet 2 pulls something out of the poor guy's pocket.
"And looky what I found. A lighter. That's an unauthorized item for a burner. I'm on my way to register it," the guy says. "Please."
I expect him to get ticketed, maybe even taken in and booked on some charge or other. I don't expect Helmet 1 to shove his baton into the guy's gut and activate the electroshock. The brutality of it freezes me in place, staring wide-eyed as the zenith falls to his knees, shaking and vomiting.
"Attempting to manipulate an officer,"
Helmet 2 says. The guy holds up one hand as he clutches his stomach with the other.
No, I wasn't."
Helmet 2 hits him over the shoulders, crushing him to the ground. His chin hits the asphalt and cracks into splashes of red. No one stops them. No one comes to his aid. People just walk on by, talking on their e-glass, checking messages, ignoring the violence in front of them, because to them zeniths are not human. No one cares about this man, because despite his abilities, he is still a man, being beaten in public for a minor infraction. Memories of my last trip to this city surface in my mind. A man on the street being beaten by soldiers. They wore different uniforms. You could still see their faces back then. But the scene was the same. "Why doesn't anyone stop them, Dad?" I asked him as I gripped his hand.
"Because they're afraid."
"Then I'll stop them." I dropped his hand, ready to rush forward, but he put his arm around my shoulder.
"No, Scarlet."
"I can fight them," I told him.
"But you can't win."
"Then you stop them, Dad." I knew he could do anything.
"I can't,"
he said, his voice sad.
"I'm afraid to."
I balled my fists. "I'm not. And one day, when I'm big, I'll come back here, and I'll stop them. I'll win." My dad chuckled and squeezed my shoulder with affection.
"Remember, little star, it's easy to fight, but much harder to know when. When to fight. When to win."
His voice lowered.
"When to lose."
"Why would I ever want to lose?" He just smiled and ruffled my hair.
"One day, I'll tell you."
He never did tell me. He never got the chance. But this time, I will fight. And I will win. I walk up to the soldiers. "Leave him alone!" They turn to me, batons raised.
"Move along, citizen!"
I don't budge. "Leave him!" I think back to that night, when I took control of that one soldier. Maybe I can do it again. With them. They walk toward me, ready to strike.
"Disobeying an Inquisition officer,"
Helmet 1 says. I steel myself against potential attack as I stare at Helmet 2, willing him to obey me. As Helmet 1 prepares to strike me with his baton, Jax puts himself between us.
"At ease."
He shows his ring.
"She's under my protection."
Both helmets step back immediately, almost cowering before Jax.
"Apologies, Your Grace."
They turn their attentions back to the Zenith lying on the ground, still clutching his gut.
"Leave him with a warning,"
Jax says before I can intervene again.
"I'll make sure he registers that lighter."
They don't even hesitate.
"Of course, Your Grace,"
they say as they walk off, likely looking for another victim. I hear them talking as they leave, awe in their voices.
"A knight,"
Helmet 1 says.
"Yeah, a Teutonic knight, no less,"
says Helmet 2. Jax helps the Zenith stand. The man backs away quickly, bowing his head.
"Thank you, Your Grace."
Jax grabs the man's lighter, drops it on the asphalt, and crushes it with his foot.
"Don't be an idiot,"
he says.
"Request permission through the ZRD before you carry around items on your forbidden list."
"Yes, sir," says the man, stumbling away, his chin leaving a trail of blood. I look down at the offending lighter and sigh. All that for this?
"He's registered as elemental fire,"
Jax says, a hardness in his tone I haven't heard before.
"He could have used that lighter to kill us, or blow up this entire street. Zeniths need to follow the law, just like everyone else."
"Then why'd you help him?" He looks at me, his blue eyes full of secrets.
"I didn't do it for him,"
he says, then continues walking. He did that for me? I rush to keep up as we make our way through Times Square. In front of us, a large group gathers and a hush falls over the crowd as all the e-screens go blank and then light up with the same image. Live footage of what everyone has come to see. A platform surrounded by Inquisition officers. And I remember what was supposed to happen today. "The shadow of Rome," I whisper. When an Inquisitor was sent to hunt her down, she defeated him in single combat. She's the first Zenith to defeat a knight since the Nephilim War. No one else had the strength. not until the shadow. What was she trying to accomplish? I wonder out loud.
Revenge,
says Jax coldly. Pope Icarus denies all requests to give Zeniths more rights. He used them as fodder during the war, and he, personally, ordered the extermination of every single Nephilim. He frowns.
She's a Zenith. She wanted him dead. Though her attack on the Vatican failed, the rebels still consider it a victory. The Inquisitors are trying to ensure they no longer see it as such.
How'd they capture her? The information wasn't in the news, but I suspect Jax knows.
The Inquisitors trapped some of her rebel forces and used them as bait. When she attempted to rescue them, they surrounded her.
I push through the crowd to get a better look. Jax holds out his hand to stop me, but I continue on, curious to see this woman who incites such fear in the most ruthless of orders. She looks so small, sitting on her knees on the stage, her head down, red hair falling in front of her face. The shadow of Rome looks up, making eye contact with me, and I take a step back, shocked. She looks no older than me. How did she defeat the undefeatable? An Inquisitor dressed in robes of red and gold and wearing the customary hat of his order climbs to the stage and stands beside her. He carries a giant hammer in one hand. A hammer no mortal could lift. He turns to address the crowd, his face appearing on all the e-screens, and I recognize him. Ragathon, the council member who didn't believe me.
"Citizens," he says, his voice amplified by unseen speakers. "This is the Zenith responsible for the deaths of your friends, your families. You may have heard her called many names, but I assure you, there is only one that matters. Criminal! Criminal!"
The crowd takes up the cheer. "Criminal! Zenith scum! Half-breed! Biter!" Even children are encouraged in their bloodlust. It disgusts me, and I turn away from the stage and study these people who could so easily stand and watch someone die. I notice, however, that not everyone in the crowd has raised their voices. A few people stand quiet, still, waiting. Behind us, a white truck moves through the crowd on a street otherwise blocked. Jax turns, worry lines marring his face.
"I don't want to watch this,"
he says. "Then you can go." He growls at me, but stays by my side. He knows I won't budge once I set my mind to something. There's a humming in the air, not an audible noise, but an energy shifting. I have to stay. I know that much. As Ragathon finishes the speech, the crowd erupts in cheers once again. I wait to see what the council member will do. I expect a needle, not electrocution, considering the setting. Instead, Ragathon raises his hammer. I gasp. He's going to... No! He slams the hammer into the rebel's chest. In high-definition duplicate, on every e-screen around us, she cries out. Over and over, she screams as he hits her again and again. She spits out blood, the red viscous fluid dribbling down her chin, marring her pretty face, a face that reminds me of another. How can he do this?
"She killed an Inquisitor," says Jax. "She must be made an example of."
You have to stop this, I tell him. Jax bows his head without saying a word, and I understand. Of course he can't stop this. The Inquisitor was one of the council members. No one can stop him now. Unless, if I can get close enough to him, if I can take control, just for a moment, maybe... I push further into the crowd, positioning myself closer and closer to the stage, as Ragathon takes evident joy in hurling his hammer at the young woman. A ringing buzzes in my ear, power pooling in me. Jax calls my name, but his voice sounds distant, as if he speaks through water. I hesitate as several Inquisition officers walk toward me. What? But they walk past me, waving their hands, shouting,
"No vehicles here! This road is closed off!"
I turn to look back. The white truck I saw earlier has made it closer to the platform, and it continues on, driving slowly, not stopping. Something's going on. I look around and notice one of the guys I saw before, someone who wasn't cheering along with everyone else. He wears a heavy cloak, though it isn't cold. He keeps a hood over his head, but a ray of sun catches the copper highlights in his hair, the green specks in his eyes. He turns around and looks straight at me, and smiles. Chapter 15. The Shadow of Rome. Something flies above me and smoke fills the air, obscuring my vision of the smiling man. Someone has fired smoke guns. The man runs into the smoke, and I follow, covering my nose and mouth with my shirt to avoid choking. People run in all directions, screaming, crying, gagging as they inhale the smoke-filled air around them. Jax tries to follow me, calling my name as I dodge through the crowd, but too many people get between us, and the smoke obstructs his view of me. I don't know why I chase the mystery man. Don't know why it's important that Jax not follow me. But I've long believed in trusting my instincts, and I do so now.
Trust what's in your heart, little star. No one else knows the right path for you but you.
My dad's words rattle in my mind as gunfire breaks out around me. Real guns, with bullets instead of smoke. Near me, a woman falls to the ground, a red pool of blood spreading over her chest as her husband and child try to drag her out of harm's way. Bile rises in my throat as I drop to my knees, staring in horror as people die around me or are wounded by indiscriminate firing from those commissioned to protect the innocent. The Inquisition. I know then what I have to do. If I can get to the head Inquisitor, Ragathon, if I can find him, I can use whatever power is growing in me to stop him. I crawl through the smoke, trying to orient myself, and knock against two dead bodies lying side by side. A man in black, a rebel, and an Inquisition officer. They must have killed each other. I grab the e-glass from the rebel and slip it over my ear, crouching low to avoid getting shot as I listen. The e-glass comes to life.
"The Inquisitor is down,"
a male voice says. Is that true? Can it be that easy? I hear more gunshots, more screams.
"Wait,"
the voice says, in my ear.
"Oh God, he's alive! Pull back! Get the Shadow to the truck!"
So they plan to use the white truck to rescue the Shadow of Rome. I search the dead officer, remove his helmet, take his e-glass and put it on my other ear. The commanding voice I hear belongs to Ragathon, who is definitely not dead.
"Exit Stage 1. Block off the designated roads," he says.
Stage 1? Designated roads? This has all been a trap. The Inquisitors expected this rescue and planned for it. All the rebels will be captured or killed. I can't let that happen. I don't know if the rebels are the bad guys or not, but I know the Inquisitors aren't good. At least, Ragathon isn't, and he's the one in charge. Looking at the carnage around me, knowing the Inquisitors planned this, allowed for this, didn't care that so many innocents would get caught up in their trap. It tempers me with anger. I need to get to a computer. With both the rebels and Inquisitors chattering in my ears, I scan the area, walking low through dead bodies and destroyed property around the buildings. Nothing. Everyone's evacuating. But wait. Through the crowd, parked by the central e-screen, is a giant white tank-like van with a stylized all-seeing eye painted in black. An Inquisition vehicle. A bruiser. They'd have a computer in there. I scramble across Times Square just as an Inquisition officer approaches the van. He's about to get in. If I want to help save the Shadow of Rome, I have to act now. I launch myself at the officer, knocking him into the van.
What the?
He flips around, his gun drawn and ready to shoot. I grab his arms and push my mind into his. I expect it to feel like before, like it did with the soldier at my house, where I became him and me at the same time. But this is different. Softer. More subtle. His consciousness tickling the edges of my mind, pliable and open.
Sleep,
I tell him, my mind pushing out the command as much as my voice. He collapses against me, and I grab his e-glass and replace the one I had. I let the man fall to the ground, then use his e-glass sync to unlock the bruiser. Inside, the vehicle has controls and buttons I don't understand yet. But there's also a computer built into the dash, with multiple screens. I know if I can hack into the city's surveillance system, I can access all the cameras and see what's going on anywhere in New York. But that's easier said than done. The Four Orders have the strongest firewalls in the world, designed specifically to keep out people like me. Well, maybe not people exactly like me, I think with a grin. It takes longer than I'd have liked, but I get in. I pump my fist in the air and furiously type as I zoom in on the cameras I need. I can see the rebels helping the Shadow into their white van. They drive off, and with a click I access their street, which is already blocked off. I click the rebel e-glass. "They were ready for you," I tell whoever's listening.
"Who is this?"
a guy asks. "Someone trying to help. The road ahead is blocked off. You have to take a right." He swears under his breath.
"Right into the Inquisition's hands, no doubt. I'm not falling for your lies."
"If you don't listen to me, then you're all dead." I check the cameras. "A squad of officers is about to cut you off from the left. They're using thrusters."
"How on earth do you know?"
His voice cuts off, and on the camera I see the squad position itself in front of the van. Black-clad rebels stick their heads out of the windows, guns first, and shoot down the officers before they ever have a chance to countermaneuver. My e-glass comes to life.
"Crap, she was right,"
says the guy. A new voice, female, speaks. "Listen, whoever this is, where's the next squad coming from?" "Left again," I tell her, checking the cameras. I hear gunfire through the e-glass and see it on the screen as the rebels shoot down the squad as soon as it comes out of the alley. "Thanks," the woman says.
"Why are you helping us?"
asks the first guy. Why? Is it because I'm now Zenith, with some unnamed power that makes me different? Or because my parents disagreed with the Inquisition? Or is it because of that woman, that wife and mother, gunned down in front of her husband and child as they pulled her lifeless body away from the carnage? Or maybe it's the voice of my father in my head telling me to trust what's in my heart. "She can tell us later," the woman says, and a light bulb goes off in my head. "You're the Shadow of Rome," I say. "Call me Trix. The grump you've been talking to is TR. What should I call you?" I can't give my real name, and I don't want to use my dad's nickname for me, so I use the first thing that comes to mind. N. N. All right. What's next, N? I check my monitors. "You have to go right. It's the only path open."
"How could they have mobilized so quickly?"
asks TR. "They're doing the same thing they did in Boston when they captured me," says Trix. "They knew you'd show up. They're trying to end us once and for all." TR swears under his breath again. Trix speaks through the e-glass. "All right. N, I trust you. More like, I have to trust you." She pauses, and I hear movement in the background. "We're going right." On my screens, the van turns the corner. I switch cameras to view the other streets around them and see a bruiser headed their way. Crap! I set my bruiser's GPS to that intersection and press the button to activate the e-driver. Preparing to travel to East 48th Street and 2nd Avenue, the GPS says. Assessing traffic and roadblocks. Estimated time of arrival, 2 minutes. The bruiser begins to move, and I speak into the e-glass. Keep turning right, I tell them as my fingers fly over the keyboard.
That'll take us in a circle, says TR.
They're tracking your movements the same way I am, I tell him. The best you can do is confuse them. Let's do it, says Trix. They turn, then turn again, making a loop around the block. The bruiser on their heels adjusts for their change in routes and is about to come out in front of them. Before it can, I override the e-driver, take control of the wheel, and crash into the other bruiser from the side, sending it slamming into a nearby building, and sending my head slamming against the seat, knocking me a bit senseless. I take a deep breath and feel a wave of intense hunger or thirst. A gnawing ache in my gut overcomes me. But I have to ignore it and focus. The bruiser's GPS blinks at me, the voice now scratchy, likely rattled from the crash.
We have sustained damage. Please pull over to the nearest.
I turn off the GPS and its annoying voice. I have enough voices in my head right now. The rebel van drives by. I'm assuming that was you, says Trix over the e-glass. Yes. Now, head for the outskirts.
They keep cutting us off, says TR. Time for Plan B.
I agree, says Trix. What's Plan B? I ask, massaging a flare of pain in my upper jaw.
Wait and see,
says TR. Smoke surrounds their van until they're obscured entirely by white. As it clears, the van drives forward, and a new truck, a black and red bruiser, turns right. So they have one of their own and they're using it to get Trix away. The van is a decoy. But it's too obvious. Your plan's not going to work, I say into my e-glass.
How would you know?
Argues TR. The bruiser is just a distraction. Trix is still in the truck.
That...
TR doesn't finish his sentence, because he knows I guessed their plan. A double decoy. The Inquisition is closing down all roads out of New York. They were ready for you. My voice rises with urgency. Your plan failed before you even started. But there's one way. Listen to me, and I'll get you out alive.
You'll just lead us into a trap,
TR says, and I want to smack him through the e-glass. Before I can respond, Inquisition vehicles surround the black and red decoy bruiser. It crashes and is instantly swarmed with officers checking to see if anyone's inside.
Bruiser down,
says one of the rebels through the e-glass.
Damn it,
says TR. You're already trapped, I tell him. We'll do it your way, says Trix.
But...
She cuts TR off. But nothing. She's been right about everything, and we need to get out of here. Trix sounds tired, in pain, and when she coughs I remember the beating she just took. She needs a doctor. What's the plan, N? She asks, after a coughing spasm leaves her breathless. And so I fill them in on my idea, my brain spinning fast as it weaves through the ins and outs of what I want them to do. I try not to think about the lives on the line, about how this is treason, and I could be executed if I'm caught. Instead, I pretend this is a training exercise with Mirden. I can do this.
We'll never have enough time,
TR says when I finish. I'll give you time, I say. Fine, let's do it, says Trix. They turn the truck around and head toward the center of the city instead of out. I drive my damaged bruiser back to the sleeping officer and then pull him onto the back of the truck. I expected it to be harder to lift him, between the bulk of his body and the weight of his gear, but he turns out to be surprisingly light, and it only takes a few moments, hidden within the truck, to pull off his uniform and slip it on over my own borrowed clothes. I put his helmet on and can see a display of the action through the e-glass all the officers are looped into. The Inquisition has the rebel van surrounded. They have no way out. Disguised in the officer's uniform, I run toward the portable command center the Inquisition set up. A giant bruiser, big enough for more than a dozen people, with a cannon on top. My body aches and the blood around me, pooling under dead bodies and leaking through fabric, should be making me sick. All those lifeless victims. Instead, I feel a deep hunger, despite my anger and outrage, and I feel physically weak, shaky, and so tired. But I keep pushing myself toward the command center. I climb into the back, faking a calm authority I do not feel.
Remember, little star, if you look like you know what you're doing, people will assume you do.
My dad's memory gives me the confidence I need to pull this off. There are half a dozen other officers in the command center, each actively engaged in surveillance. None of them stop me. The head Inquisitor sits in the very back at his computer, an officer guarding him. On my e-glass, the Inquisitor's voice speaks as bruisers filled with officers surround the rebel van.
There's no way out. Surrender now.
I walk toward Ragathon, who's still speaking into his e-glass, broadcasting his voice to the rebels and his own troops. The officer guarding him tries to stop me, but I grab his arm and focus my powers, giving his mind just a nudge, enough to make him forget about me. I'm not important. I'm supposed to be here. Disregard my presence. It works, but it costs me. I slump against the wall as a wave of dizziness threatens to topple me over. What's happening to me? And why now? At the worst possible time. The officer moves to the side and ignores me. I look at the Inquisitor. He sits without his helmet, and I can see the blood pulsing in the vein of his neck, the sweat staining the collar of his uniform. My stomach clenches again. He looks up at me, but I know he can't see my face.
What are you doing here, officer?
I have to make contact before he has time to get away, to take me out. I don't speak. Don't think. Just lunge for him, flipping my body over the table that stands between us until I have him pinned against me. I can hear an officer in his e-glass speaking.
Sir, the rebels have surrounded the truck with smoke. Should we move in, sir?
I push my will into him, waiting to feel that control I felt before. It doesn't happen. Instead, Ragathon fights back, knocking me to the side. I am too weak to infiltrate his mind. My helmet falls off, and he looks down at me as recognition spreads on his face. Then he smiles.
You.
Oh no, this can't be happening. Not only have I failed the mission, but he now knows who I am. I'll die for this, for sure, and there's no way Jax can save me. Hunger burns in my throat, tearing at me from within. The weakness in me turns to raw need. I push myself up and toward him, knowing I have to take him out before anyone else sees. My mouth aches, teeth burning as I crash into him. And then, instinct takes over. The pulse of his throat casts a web around me, and my teeth sink into his flesh. Warm, coppery fluid fills my mouth, pouring down my throat, quenching the need I didn't know I had, satiating the craving that's slowly been weakening me and my powers. I feel it all return. My power, my strength, my mental clarity. Everything. And before his pulse stops for good, before he dies in my arms, I pull away, his blood dripping from my lips. I still need him to save the rebels. Ragathon is finally under my control. He doesn't move, doesn't speak, doesn't even blink. I reach for the helmet and put it back on, hiding my identity once again.
"Sir, should we move in?"
asks the officer again through the e-glass.
"All right, I'm making the call. Move."
"No," I say. But it's not me speaking. I speak through Ragathon.
"Stand your ground. Let's see what they do."
I can hear the uncertainty in the officer's voice.
"But, sir, yes, sir."
In my video feed, the smoke clears, and the rebel van is still there. I smile, and I realize it's actually my face smiling, not Ragathon, but I can still feel his mind in mine, feel his consciousness merged with my own. Or maybe I've merged with him. I can't tell. It all feels the same.
"Move in,"
I make him say. The officer obeys instantly, seizing control of the rebel van and searching it in moments.
"Sir, they're gone. Sir, what should we do?"
Of course they are. While under the cover of smoke, they escaped into the sewers. Maybe Ragathon could figure it out, but unfortunately for him, I'm still in control.
"Nothing. Do nothing, officer. Pull back."
On screen, the officers are still for a moment, and I worry they suspect something askew in headquarters. But they are well-trained puppets, and they do as told by their commander. Pulling back. I won. We won. I hold up my gun and point it at the Inquisitor. I can kill him right now. It would be so easy to pull the trigger and end him. I start to squeeze the trigger, but my mind flashes with images and memories not my own. His memories. I'm bending down talking to a little girl in blonde braids holding a red ball.
"Do you have to go to work, Daddy?"
He, nods.
"Yes, my little Lily. But today, Daddy is going to end the fighting. After today, things are going to be easier. Trust me."
"Okay."
The girl runs off, her yellow sundress billowing behind her as she bounces the ball in front of her. My hand shakes. My stomach cramps. I lower my gun. He could be useful, I tell myself. He could still serve a purpose down the line. I clutch the gun in my hand and walk through the door, then out the command center. I refuse to think about that little girl looking so lovingly up at her father. In my e-glass, Trix speaks.
"We made it. Thanks, Anne."
"Don't thank me," I say. I'm done. Chapter 16. A Teutonic Night. I toss the 2 e-glasses aside and ditch the helmet when someone tugs at my arm. I swing around, my heart beating against my chest in loud thumps, ready to fight off whoever's touching me.
"Scarlet, relax, it's just me."
Jax lets go of my arm and puts his hands up.
"Are you okay?"
I nod, slowing my breath as I relax. Yes, I'm fine. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I lie.
"Trying to find you. The whole area's been quarantined. Something happened with the Inquisitor, and everyone's in a panic. The rebels escaped. We have to get out of here."
Of course. He looks me over and frowns.
"Why are you wearing an officer's uniform?"
There was gunfire everywhere. I didn't want to be mistaken for a rebel, so I grabbed this from one of the dead officers, figuring it would offer me some protection.
"Good thinking. A lot of innocent people lost their lives today."
Jax looks more closely at me.
"You have blood on your mouth."
I wipe it away quickly. People were shot around me. Blood sprayed. It was awful. I want to feel disgust for what I did, but the blood has restored me, and done more than that. It's given me a dark clue as to what I'm becoming. Jax holds up my arm, his mouth a line of concern.
"You're bleeding."
As the adrenaline leaves my body, a dull pain replaces the euphoria. I look at my bicep. I must have scratched it on something. I'm fine. Or I will be soon. I can already feel it healing. He tugs at my other hand and leads me to a vacant building, where we sit in a corner and wait for the fighting outside to die down so we can go back to Castle V. Exhaustion hits me, emotional more than physical, and I rest my head against the cement wall. Jax moves closer to me, his face a mask.
Scarlet, are you okay? You look different.
Probably just hungry, I say, though that's not true. For the first time since I woke up on the broken and empty crystal box, I don't feel hungry or physically worn out. I feel powerful, revived, restored. He digs into his pocket and pulls out a life force.
Drink this. It should help.
I don't want it. Don't need it. The blood has done more to quench my hunger than 100 life force pouches can do. But I drink it to make him happy. He grazes a finger over my cheek, a half smile on his handsome face.
You look better. You have color back in your face for the first time since last week.
What happened today? I ask, changing the subject. His face hardens.
Someone screwed up. I should have been told about this. I never would have chosen today to take you to the city if I'd known.
Jax, why are you part of the orders? How can you support what happened today? The public executions, the beatings. The whole thing was obviously a trap to catch the rebels, which means the Inquisition knew innocent people would die today. And they didn't care. He leans back against the wall, our shoulders pressed together, knees and thighs touching.
I didn't know, Star. I didn't know. This operation was likely kept secret by the Council.
And that secret is killing innocent people. How can you trust the orders? How can you trust anyone at Castle V?
I can't,
he says, surprising me with his answer.
I didn't join the orders because they're perfect. I joined because I can make them better.
He turns his head to look at me.
I remember how we used to turn on the E-screen when our parents were out and watch the beatings. I remember talking with you about how wrong it was. But breaking the law isn't the way to change things. The Shadow of Rome and her rebels are just as responsible for this destruction as the Inquisition. They shouldn't have rebelled. They should have joined a domus, changed the way people think with words, and eventually changed the law.
No one listens to a Zen, I say, slipping into low speech. I think it is because Brooke is on my mind. He looks away and stares at his hands.
That's not true,
he says softly. He doesn't elaborate. I stand and pace in front of him, frustration growing in my body. No Zenith will ever be promoted to a patrician. If they want power, they have to take it. He stands, reaching for me.
You're wrong, Scarlet.
I don't agree. Not after everything I've seen.
We need to head back to the castle,
he says. I nod and follow Jax into the streets. The city is in chaos, the people rioting. Zeniths, rebels, and the orders. Everyone blends into the anarchy that ensues. New graffiti has already appeared on the walls. Paint crossing out order signs with "Free the Zeniths" marked over them. Over one apex crest is a painting of a bomb exploding with body parts spraying everywhere. People are furious. The world is controlled by its collective anger. I want to say something to Jax, to continue our conversation about Zeniths, but something hits the back of my head and I cry out in pain. Jax turns, a look of concern on his face.
What happened?
I hold up my hand, showing him a small smear of blood. We look around and see a young man down the street, surrounded by a whirl of air as objects around him go flying through the air. He stands with his hands covering his face. A metal trash container flies into nearby pedestrians, knocking them to the ground. People begin screaming. One man tries to attack him and is thrown brutally against a wall, where he slumps to the floor, unconscious. Jax clicks on his e-glass and speaks quietly into it.
"We have a situation. A level 5 grabber is out of control. Send backup."
He gives our cross streets. Then we move closer to the grabber, crouching behind a parked car for protection.
"Star, stay here. He's dangerous."
2 Inquisition officers hide behind a nearby car. One of them peeks over the hood, aiming at the grabber.
"No!"
yells Jax.
"Stay back and help anyone who is injured."
The officer hesitates.
"We need to subdue."
Jax flashes his ring.
"Apologies, sir. Of course."
A Knight of the Fourth wields a lot of power. I'm looking around, assessing the situation, trying to find a way to be useful. Dozens of people flee the nearby buildings and alleys. The young man becomes more agitated. He yells, and the concrete cracks around him. A motorcycle launches through the air, crashing through a large window. Low moans emanate from the grabber as more and more people are caught in his crossfire. His range is impressive and deadly. I'm worried for Jax, who can't possibly stop him without getting hurt. And then Jax dashes across the street to push a woman out of the way of a flying street bot. He moves so fast! Too fast! Before I can blink, he's moving again, toward a damaged balcony that's collapsing. A young girl is sliding off of it, and Jax... he... flies? He's in the air, moving through space. He doesn't have wings, or anything propelling him, but his body flies toward the girl and he catches her mid-air, before she falls to the ground. How is he doing this? In and out he dashes through flying objects, saving people, rescuing those crushed by the crumbling buildings around us. The destruction continues. Windows shatter. Lamps explode. The grabber's abilities are escalating. He's going to take down this entire block. There will be no way to save everyone. I have to stop him. I run through the crowds, through the officers trying to mitigate the damage without getting hit themselves, through the debris flying around us. Jax calls something out to me, but I can't hear him and I can't take time to stop and listen. Too many lives are at stake. A piece of a lamp pole nearly hits me in the face. I duck to the right, then tackle the young man to the ground. Once my palm connects with his bare arm, I am in his mind. His name is Peter Conley. He is a student in a Zen school, sitting at his desk when his books and papers begin to fly around the room. The teacher is screaming at him to leave, that he's too dangerous, too out of control. And then he is here, in the aftermath of the Shadow of Rome escape. He's being beaten by officers who accuse him of being a rebel. He's scared. He thinks they will kill him. His gravatics grow in him, overflow. He can't stop it. He doesn't know how to control himself. It's self-defense when his abilities push the officers away, but they keep coming, and now he can't rein his abilities in. I use my mind to calm his, to tell him it's okay, that he's safe. I reach into his abilities and use my own training to settle him as I hold him. The chaos ends as quickly as it began. Objects drop from the air. Buildings stop collapsing. It gets quieter, save for the crying from the injured and scared. Jax lands beside us, and officers come to grab the man, who is really just a boy. They stick a needle into his arm. Z-blockers, drugs that limit Zen abilities for a time. They are expensive and very difficult to make. They are only used for the most extreme cases. He is pulled away, his head down, but he is still calm. Jax reaches for my hand, pulling me off the cement.
"Are you okay?"
Yes, I'm fine. I dust dirt off myself, then give up, knowing it's a hopeless cause. He didn't hurt me. He was just scared. He couldn't control his gravotics. Jax cups my face, wiping a smudge of dirt off my cheek.
"You shouldn't have run into the danger zone like that."
I had to help, I say. What will happen to him now? Jax starts walking, and I keep pace beside him. He seems distracted as he answers.
"He'll be charged and probably convicted for the crimes of assault and damage to public property."
But it wasn't his fault. This is why Zeniths need to be trained and not forced to keep their abilities buried like some shameful secret. Jax stops and looks at me.
"Star, he is a level 5 graver. Do you understand what that means? How powerful that makes him? If he'd been trained, he could have killed us all."
If he'd been trained, he could have avoided hurting anyone. He wouldn't have attacked anyone in the first place if he'd known how to control his abilities.
"You don't know that. We can't know his mind."
He looks sad as he says this, and I know he doesn't mean to sound as heartless as his arguments come across. I bite my lip, trying to think of a way to make him understand. I obviously can't tell him that I could in fact read his mind. But I don't have to read his mind to know some things. Jax, think about it. The majority of people aim to create order. Otherwise, society would fall into anarchy. This is proven throughout history. No leader or organization could keep control of a group of people intent on chaos. Most of us want to do the right thing. We want society to work and function well for everyone. Zeniths are no different. You might have a few biters, but for the most part, Zeniths want society to function well. They want to control their abilities and be contributing, valued members of this world. If more were trained, they'd do more good than bad. Jax walks again, and I pick up my pace to keep up. He doesn't say anything for a long time. When he does speak, it is softly.
"It would only take a few with great power to cause great harm."
My heart sinks. He still doesn't understand. But then he continues.
"But they can also cause great change."
I shake my head, not sure what to make of my best friend. I think of how he dashed around to save so many people. How he defied gravity to save that girl on the balcony. And then I realize the truth. I stop and turn to him, forcing him to stop and look at me. "You're Zenith." It's not a question, because I know. Everything he said about Zeniths being able to make a difference, his ability to fly, it makes sense now. What Jax did was impossible, and yet he did it. I stand, stunned, staring at this boy I've known my whole life. He's one of the highest-ranking members of any order, and he's a Zenith. Chapter 17. Girl of Silver. We don't use the underwater subway to return to Castle V. Jax acquires an order vehicle somehow while I remove the Inquisition armor, and we cross over the bridge from Manhattan to the island. We're stopped by 2 armed Teutonic guards to show ID, but as soon as they recognize Jax, they let us through. They don't even raise an eyebrow at the amount of blood staining us both. We drive in silence for a while, until I ask the question that's been on my mind since seeing him fight. "How are you a Zenith? I remember you getting tested in 6th grade, a few years before me. You passed."
"I didn't pass, Scarlet."
"But you're a pureblood."
"I didn't pass,"
he says slowly, as if I missed something. I think over his words, and slowly I begin to peel away a lie. "There are Zenith patricians," I say. He says nothing, But there is no need. I am right. There are Pats who are also Zens, but they are never tested. They never wear tags in their ear or go to Zen schools. They hide their taint, or explain it away with a gen mod. Are gen mods even real, I wonder? It feels odd to question such simple things, but that's the way they want it. The Pats have drilled their lies deep in my mind. It will take time to dig them out. I ask Jax about the mods, and he tells me they are true. All patricians undergo a level 1 andronics mod. He says, pausing. They do it when you turn 18. He glances at me with worried eyes. I don't know why, until I remember what I am. And if I don't want a mod? I ask. His voice is that of a Pat, cold and distant. Patricians are stronger than plebeians. That is the way it has been. That is the way it must be. I shiver at the prospect of having my body modified. But isn't this what I wanted? Isn't this what I dreamed of? Are there many like you? No. Patrician blood was pure for a time. But, over many years, hidden bloodlines and illegal mating changed things. The patricians had succumbed to darkness just like plebeians. And if people knew, our right to rule would be challenged, and there would be chaos. So, we kept it a secret. Any patrician born a zenith keeps their taint hidden and explains it with a gen mod, if needed. It is how we keep the peace. I scoff. Why keep the taint hidden at all? Patricians believe in earning power, he says. We do not rule because we are born pure, but because our ancestors chose to remain pure. We do not rule because we are stronger, but because we created a way to be stronger. A patrician should only have the power they earn. Hence you keep your taint hidden from plebes, I finish, nodding. Because how would you explain a Knight of the Fourth having better gen mods than a Knight of the First? Exactly. He speeds up, and I see Vianney Island on the horizon. How did you become a Knight of the Fourth? How could you possibly get so high so young? 5 years ago, at the end of the Nephilim War, I was on a mission for the Orders. He says, I killed one of them. A young girl, though I'm sure she only looked young. The Orders gave me a medal, a promotion. They placed me on a pedestal for young recruits to admire. I didn't deserve it, but that was then. I think back to those dark times. I thought we were safe from the fighting, and I can't believe Jax was not. He'd gone to war, seen so much carnage, and had never been allowed to talk about it, even to me. What that must have done to him. That mission, is that when your father died? Yes, he says slowly. He does not say more. I touch his hand. I'm sorry. He smiles gently, but there's no happiness in his eyes. We are quiet for a few minutes, before he speaks again. Now that I'm no longer your protector, I can act publicly on behalf of my order. It's what I've needed to progress, to become a Knight of the First. Most never make it that far. I've only heard of a few who ever had. All knights start as the 9th, and many don't get higher than the 6th. I will, Jax says with such determination I actually believe him. We make it over the bridge and drive through the small streets of Vianney until we arrive at the castle. Jax hands the keys off to one of the front gate guards, and we walk back into what feels like my prison. I need to see the Chancellor, I tell him. He nods and walks me to the Chancellor's room as his e-glass blinks. He listens, says, "Okay," and then clicks it off. I have to go, Scarlet. He kisses my cheek, and suddenly I don't want him to go. I don't want to feel so alone in this scary new world. In case I don't see you tonight, sleep well. I know they'll be setting you up in your own room, but you're welcome in mine any time. I've already set the lock to your thumbprint." As he walks away, I call to him, "Jax?" He turns. "Yes, Star?" My heart clenches. "What you did for all those people today, it was good. You're a good person." He stares into my soul for a long moment, our eyes locked, and then he bows his head to me. "Thank you. I hope you're right." He turns and leaves, his footsteps loud against the stone floors. I stand alone by the Chancellor's door, about to knock, when I hear voices raised inside. I put my ear closer to listen.
"I almost had them."
It sounds like the head Inquisitor.
"But you don't have them, Ragathon,"
the Chancellor responds.
"And now the whole city is afraid."
I hear someone pace through the office.
"You should never have kept this from the Council."
So not even the Council knew of this plan. I wondered why the Chancellor, my grandfather, didn't warn Jax.
"I acted under my own discretion. The rebels have spies." "Not within the Council."
The Chancellor's voice sounds loud, fed up.
"Of course, Chancellor."
He almost sounds contrite. Almost.
"Ragathon, you push my patience. You may go and attend to the other matter we discussed, and we shall discuss the consequences of your actions tomorrow."
Footsteps. Then the door opens, and I nearly fall through it. I back away quickly, but Ragathon notices me, his beady eyes staring at me in contempt, a black scarf wrapped around his neck, hiding the evidence of my feeding.
"Listening in on council matters is an offense punishable by flaying, girl."
I straighten my spine and stare him down, relieved he doesn't remember seeing my face. "Do you still use a whip, or is it a hammer these days?" He frowns.
"You insolent—" "Ragathon!"
interrupts the Chancellor from inside.
"I'm sorry, but Scarlet and I have a meeting." "So you called her here?" "Of course I did. Now, if that's all—" "That's all, Chancellor."
Ragathon scowls, and I'm pretty sure if he could challenge me to a duel right now, he would. And he'd likely poison his blade for extra measure.
"Good. Come along, Scarlet."
The Chancellor guides me into his chambers as Ragathon walks away, probably still scowling and plotting my untimely demise. No love lost between the two of us, that's for sure. My grandfather's chamber is large and smells like lemon wood polish and old books. In the corner is a giant sculpture of two knights on a horse, which stands on its hind legs as if in a fight. I study the details carved into marble.
"Godfrey de Saint-Omer and Hugues de Payan, founders of the Knights Templar,"
the Chancellor says. "Why are they on the same horse?"
"An old Templar symbol. It reminds us of our humble beginnings, when two knights could only afford one horse."
I follow him to two chairs positioned before a large, blazing fire. On a rug between us sits a fat white cat, content to slumber in front of the warmth. Red banners hang over the windows, and old leather books stored in bookcases line the walls. It is the kind of room I would have, if I could afford one. The Chancellor turns in his chair to face me as he pours us each a cup of tea from a pot.
"First, let me apologize for what you endured today. As I gather you surmised, Ragathon kept his plans secret from us all."
I accept the cup of tea and blow on it. And he's allowed to get away with that? No consequences despite mass innocent casualties and the ultimate failure of his mission? The Chancellor's blue eyes reflect golden flames from the fire as he smiles at me intimately.
"You're so like your mother. You know that.
I look like her, but take after my father. He shakes his head.
I see Marcus in you as well, of course. But your mother, she was always fire. Ready to fight for the innocent and hold accountable anyone in power who failed to do the same.
That doesn't answer my question, I remind him.
No, I suppose it doesn't. It's a simple question with a difficult answer. I do not have autonomous power in the orders. I'm just one voice. The others have their own kind of power. Ragathon especially. He has the favor of the Pope right now, and that's no small thing. I have to tread carefully to accomplish my goals. That's why I need you, Scarlet. That's why we need each other.
Pieces begin to fit together. Why he needs me when he rules the orders. He has to play politics. I don't. I won't. I can indeed be his weapon.
What did you want to see me about?
He asks. Has there been any news about my home?
The Inquisition has finished their investigation.
And?
And they found nothing but blood, Scarlet.
My heart falls to my feet. What about my parents?
Gone, I'm afraid.
He looks back at the flames, his expression raw, lost in thought. What did the Nephilim do with my parents' bodies? That thing has them, I say, disgust lacing my voice. Disgust and anger.
What once were your parents, yes. But they live in our memories now, and our hearts.
There has to be more at my house. Has to be. My parents. I haven't been able to talk about this, to think about it, but my parents were Zeniths.
I see you have learned our secret. Yes, they were. Your mother tested so at a very young age.
My mother. He has her eyes. Or she has his. Had his. Eyes like mine. I have to get home. Tonight. I have to find something that can lead me to the Nephilim. And when I find the monster who ruined my life, I will be ready. Where did it come from? The Nephilim. I thought they were extinct. He raises his bushy white eyebrow at me.
You assume it was Nephilim you saw. How do you know?
What else could it have been? It admittedly looked different, but I know what I saw.
Nephilim aren't the only beings born to the sky.
His words take a moment to sink in, and my jaw drops. Are you talking about angels? He doesn't answer, just sips at his tea. They haven't been seen on Earth in ages. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did.
Oh, my dear granddaughter, the world is full of mysteries humans believe no longer exist. Consider what you saw that night. Consider it carefully. There's more to what happened to my daughter, your parents, than meets the eye.
I drink my tea in silence, thinking about that night, which seems so very long ago. Could it be? Does that explain the differences I noticed? An angel. A real angel. What could this mean? My mind races with possibilities, options, choices, and my grandfather seems content to wait until I sort my thoughts out. I have one condition, I finally say. One condition to joining the orders. The Chancellor interlaces his fingers.
Go on.
Tell me what the weapon is. He looks into the fire again, thoughtful.
What do you know of the Nephilim?
They could fly, I say, knowing it gave them a large advantage when the war started. Some of them had other abilities, commonly seen in zeniths today. However, they were different from other zeniths, because they fed on blood, and they could turn others into their kind. I remember the propaganda about killing the bloodsuckers, protecting your children from monsters, protecting your souls from the demons. I shudder, knowing how this conversation will end, knowing what it will confirm once and for all.
And which one of their abilities do you think was the most dangerous?
He asks. Turning others, I say without hesitation. It's worse even than flying. It gave the Nephilim huge numbers, more easily replenished than soldiers who needed years to train. The Chancellor nods.
It was their greatest power. Our own council considered creating a Nephilim army for the Orders. But we decided that if they ever turned against us, the cost would be too great. I wonder if we were wrong. If fewer friends would have been lost. If, when the war started, we had some Nephilim on our side. Maybe it could have been avoided altogether.
He laughs, but without humor.
Of course. Maybe our own Nephilim would have turned against us after all. And then we'd all be dead.
I thought of that, after the war, after I was older and could see through the propaganda. If I'd been in command, I'm not sure what I would have done. But if you could find a way to control them, an army of Nephilim would be so powerful. The truth pounds into my mind, even as it races to discover other options. But I know. I've known for some time. But feeding on Ragathon confirmed it. The weapon isn't a device, I say. The Chancellor nods, waiting. It's the last Nephilim.
You're as sharp as your mother always reported,
the Chancellor says.
You'll do well here, assuming our deal still stands.
He waits patiently for me to reply. I'm still processing what this means. What happened to me that night? The man in my dreams, I didn't make him up. I woke up healed, different, with a thirst for blood and unexplained powers. I woke up as Nephilim, which means I'm enemy number 1 to the Orders, to Jax, to my grandfather, to everything my parents fought and died for. But in the end, it changes nothing. I will join the Orders, I say. But first, I have to go home. Just for a few days. I have to get my things. Say goodbye. My voice cracks, and I clear my throat. Then I'll come back and begin my training. Deal? I hold out my hand, and he chuckles and reaches for it.
Deal, granddaughter.
I have nothing to pack, so I stand. I'm ready now. Can someone take me to the plane?
I'll have one of the soldiers give you a ride to the airstrip. The airplane's been refueled, checked, and prepped for you.
He looks at me more closely.
But I think you'll still go through the pre-flight yourself, won't you? You strike me as the type who insists on doing things herself to make sure they're done right.
I nod sharply, remembering the lessons my dad taught me. How important it is to check your own aircraft before flying. How you can't trust it to others when it's your life in that seat. He chuckles again and walks me out.
You'll do well here indeed.
True to his word, he calls a soldier to take me to the airstrip. It's not a long drive, and we make it in silence, my thoughts spinning in all directions at what I'm about to do with my life. I can feel my body still changing, powers growing in me, hunger growing even faster. A part of me knew, deep down, but I wasn't ready to admit it. Now that I have confirmation, it terrifies me. Nephilim, demons, bloodsuckers, enemies of the orders, the destruction of humanity. A weapon my parents died to keep under lock and key. And now I'm one of them. I stand alone in front of my father's plane, and I fight down tears. He should be here with me, going over the pre-flight checklist, his calm, deep voice reminding me of safety measures I've known for years. My hand caresses the smooth panels as I perform my surface inspection, checking the rudder, the ailerons on the wings. I confirm that the Chancellor did indeed have both gas tanks filled, and oil levels look good on both engines. I can do this in my sleep, but still I use the clipboard and check off each item, as if this is just a normal night. As if I'm not about to fly home to an empty house with the blood of my dead parents staining the grass. I climb into the plane and find a small gift box wrapped in silver paper sitting on the seat. It has a card with my name on it, but doesn't say who it's from. Just, "To Scarlet. Thought you might need this." I open it quickly, curious despite myself, and find the E-Glass 8. This version hasn't even been released to the public yet, though there were rumors the E-Glass 7 will be out soon. This shouldn't even exist except in prototype. I turn the card over, looking for a hint as to who left it, but I find nothing. I can't help being excited. I've been living with the E-Glass 3 for the last few years, and it's taken all my hacking skills to keep it functional. This beauty in my hand, sleek, stylish, and more powerful than any E-Glass on the market, will be able to do things I didn't dare dream with my old one. I pull my old chip out of my pocket and stick it in, then slip it onto my ear, flip the glass over my eye, and press the button to turn it on. A familiar voice greets me. "Hello, Scarlet. How are you today?" "Evie! It's been a long time since we've talked. What's up?" "Would you like the chemical breakdown of atmospheric pressure, or a scan of the space above us for physical objects?" I laugh. "We're going to have to fix you, Evie. Make you more laid back. But that can wait." "Fix me? I just ran a systems check, and I assure you, Scarlet, I am not broken." Yep, she'll need to be fixed. But it won't be hard, especially not on an 8. Okay, Evie. As silly as it is, it feels good to have her back in my life. I know she's not real, that she's not human, per se, but she's been a staple in my life for many years. "Scarlet, would you like to see the stored video archives you had me record when I was lost activated?" My heart stutters. My parents are on that video. Their last moments on Earth. But I can't open that vault of emotion with everything else going on. I need time. Space. A place to face whatever feelings that video brings up. Later, Evie. Right now, we have to go home. After running through the last of the pre-flight checklist, I stick the key in the ignition and press the button, then take the stick in hand. Though it's really a steering wheel more than a stick. The old language has held. And I taxi, accelerating until I have enough momentum to take her to the sky. The Chancellor assured me he already had someone call in my flight plan, so barring any unintentional trips over major airstrips or into international airspace, I can count on a smooth, quiet flight home. The hours fly by, my mind drifting to flights with my father and Jax, moments of greatest happiness for me. My mom never enjoyed flying much, but I could live in the sky if given a chance, and Jax and my dad felt the same way. It bound us together, gave us something no one could ever take away. A thought, unbidden, comes to me in a moment of stunned awareness. If I am truly becoming Nephilim, that means I'll be able to fly. With wings. My heart beats against my chest at the thought of my wildest, most unattainable dreams coming true. Maybe this curse isn't all bad. I daydream about that for hours as I fly home. It's late, the sky black as pitch as I land in my backyard. The reflective paint on the airstrip is the only thing keeping me from crashing into my house by mistake. In my rush to come home, I didn't consider the perils of landing in the dark. It isn't my smoothest landing. My hands shake, heart racing, as the plane jolts to the ground. But we both survive my clumsiness, and within a few moments I find myself standing outside my front door. My hand shaking again, but for entirely different reasons. I press my finger against the lock, and the door clicks open, the living room instantly lighting up so bright it blinds me. I squint until my eyes adjust, then look around. I expect things to feel abandoned, tragic, like something horrible happened here. But everything looks so normal that it's almost worse. It's like my parents could come downstairs at any moment, asking where I've been. With the darkness outside obscuring the signs of fighting, of death, you can almost pretend the last few days have just been a horrible nightmare. Almost. I swallow the lump in my throat and walk through my house, running my hand over the old blue couch in our living room as memories of movie night with my parents and Jax threaten to undo me. Straightening a family picture on our wall, my parents still very much alive, smiling down at me. Picking up the shoes my dad left by the stairs, something my mom hated because someone would always trip. I clutch them to my chest now, the black scuffed leather of his soles still stained green by the grass. Taking a deep breath, I put them back where he left them, unwilling to change anything tonight. One step at a time. I'll stay the night, which seemed like a great idea until I got here and realized just how lonely it would feel. But I have no choice. I'll stay, pack, say one last goodbye, and lock it up for good. Or at least for a while. On the couch, my purse from that night still rests on its side, the contents almost spilling out. I almost forgot about my gift from Jax. I pull out the silver gift bag and remove the wings, pinning them on my shirt. I run a thumb over the carved metal feathers and tuck the memory of those moments before the battle into a safe pocket of my mind. Those were the last moments of normalcy, of happiness I have. A light flickers from our wall, and I walk over to the gray e-screen, which blinks with a green light. I activate it and watch as the image of Dr. Creighton appears. He looks bewildered as he speaks.
I have good news for Miss Knight. Against all odds, she has passed the vision test. I will issue her a special exemption to get her pilot's license, should she still wish it. Congratulations.
The image flicks off, and I stand still, silent, at a loss for what to think. My dreams have just come true, and it doesn't even matter anymore. I focus my attention back on my house, on what I've come here to do. Near our bookshelves, my dad set up a little table where the two of us played chess late into the night. I walk over to it slowly, knowing this will hurt the worst. We were mid-game, our pieces spread over the board, before he died. I'll have to decide, take the set or leave it as it is. I don't know. I can't imagine leaving my home, leaving everything here, as if nothing had happened. From the corner of my eye something flashes, and I look up, startled out of my melancholy. I left the front door open for fresh air, and I swear something outside moved past the house. I poke my head out the door but don't see anything unusual. Must have been a trick of the light. I think about closing it, but I want the cool draft to clear out the stagnant feel of the house. We often left our front door open on nice nights as we watched a movie or dined on the porch. I moved to my mother's desk, where her jewelry-making tools are still out. I rubbed the ring I wear on my middle finger, one she made me for my 16th birthday. A Celtic pattern of lynx with a ruby cross. A Templar symbol, I realize. Seeing the leather straps and pliers gives me an idea. I pull out the token of strife and use her supplies to make a leather necklace to hang it from, which I tie around my neck. Somehow I feel better with the ring resting against my heart. Once again, something bright, glowing, shoots past the front door, and I turn quickly and run outside, determined to solve the mystery. I don't have to run long. Standing outside is a little girl, pale as moonlight, transparent even, with her back to me. She turns her head, and I recognize her as the girl from my dream. She still holds the glowing orb. "Who are you?" I ask. Is she some kind of new Zenith I've never heard about? But she doesn't answer. Instead, she runs away from me and toward the woods by my house. "Wait!" I yell for her, but she doesn't turn, doesn't stop. And so I follow. I know this is stupid. I know this may be a trap set by the angel. I hope it is. I need to face the monster that killed my parents. We pass into the forest, the trees tall, dark, and menacing. So very like my dream I have to look down to make sure I'm not walking on the body of corpses. I'm not. Just plain old dirt and rocks. I keep running, twigs snapping under my feet as I duck under low branches and follow her over fallen trees. We soon come to 2 large boulders. She squeezes past them, a glow in between the space, and I suck in my breath and do the same, with a lot more effort and less breathing. A few scratches later, I find myself in a grove, the earth under my feet white sand, glittering in the light of the moonbeams. I've spent my whole life in this house, on this land. I know every hiding place, every cave, every trail, every tree. This grove has never been here before. I look for the girl and see her running up a hill to the center of the grove, toward a silver tree. It stands like a beacon of light in darkness, with bare branches swaying in the windless night. And below the tree stands a man dressed in black with a long coat billowing around him. He turns to me, his face pale, his eyes blue, a man ethereally beautiful. He smiles. The man from my dreams, the last Nephilim. Chapter 18. The Last Nephilim. It's you. I freeze in place, my mind trying to find some cohesiveness between this experience and reality. But it comes up empty.
Yes, but do you know who I am, Scarlet Knight?
His voice, deep and rich, has a trace of an old accent. Russian, maybe? I can't tell. It burrows into me, that voice, and leaves me shaking. I know you're dangerous. My body vibrates with his nearness, with the chill in the air, with the otherworldly feel to everything around us. His gray-blue eyes are unreadable as he studies me.
And do you fear me, Scarlet?
No, I say, honestly. I know I should, that he can hurt me in so many ways, but instead I'm drawn to him like a Nephilim to blood. I don't even question how he knows my name. It feels like he has always known me, and I've known him. What happened to the girl? I ask, looking around for the ghostly figure that led me here.
I can conjure memories, like the girl, like this tree, he says. And sometimes they can do my bidding. I used the girl to lure you here, because I needed to make sure we were alone.
He takes a step toward me, and my body moves against my will to reach him, to be closer to him. I wonder if it's because he is Nephilim. We stand a few feet apart under the silver tree. I have to look up at him. He stands a good foot taller than me, his chest broad, body hard and full of muscle under his black jeans and shirt. Up close I can see the perfection of his face more clearly. There would never be any mistaking this man for mortal. Every inch of him screams power, magic, danger. When he holds out his hand, I look at it in surprise.
My name is Zorin, Andri Zorin, Count of Nightfall, and left hand of the Twilight Queen. I apologize for leaving you, but I had to draw our attackers away the other night.
I take his hand instead of shaking it. He draws it to his lips and kisses my knuckles.
It is a pleasure to meet you,
he says. His skin is cold, smooth, his hand strong and large, swallowing my own. When he lets go, my hand falls to my side, like a cut kite. My words leave me for a moment, lost in his unfathomable gaze. But then his words register in my mind. Our attackers. The other night. Was it really just the other night that my whole world fell apart? What happened?
What do you remember?
I close my eyes and think back. I remember falling, crashing into the crystal case, shot, bleeding, the pain exploding inside me. I had fired at the case. At you, I say, realizing that he'd been in the crystal, preserved there like a mummy. I shot at you, thinking you were a weapon, thinking you could help me, but then they shot me and everything went dark.
You died. Your life's blood pooled into the crystal and fed me, awakening me. I brought you back from the land of the dead. I gave you the power of the Nephilim.
I know that already, but still, hearing him say it sends chills up my spine. Why? Why did you save me?
Perhaps because you reminded me of someone I once knew,
he says, his eyes far away and sad. I choke on unshed tears. Why didn't you save my parents? He reaches for my hand, stroking it.
They were already gone. They had no spark of life left to rebirth. I'm sorry, Scarlet. I tried.
I want to hate him for saving me and not them. But I can't. I know the truth of his words. Had felt that truth that night. What about the other Nephilim? The thing that killed them? He tilts his head, a dark strand of hair falling into his eyes.
That was no Nephilim, but an old one. Your people call them angels. They are our ancestors, and we their children, along with humans. They are far more ancient and deadly than us. I killed the pawns of the angel and then fought him in the sky. We injured each other gravely, and I fell from the sky onto a mountain, hurt and dying. It was your blood inside me that saved me. I came to find you as soon as I awoke and healed enough to fly. What happened to me? Do you know? Why was I in that coffin?
You don't remember? About the wars? Your capture?
I remember who I am, he says. but not how I was captured and put to sleep.
I don't know how you were captured. I only know that I tried to free you because my parents told me you were a weapon they had to protect. Moonlight glints off his pale skin, and behind him a dark light spreads around his shoulders. I gasp as I watch obsidian wings unfurl behind him, seemingly made of the night and moonbeams.
Thank you, Scarlet, for saving me as I saved you. We should leave at once and report all of this to the Twilight Queen.
I pull my gaze away from his wings, a longing growing inside of me at the sight. You don't know? He cocks his head.
Know what?
Zoran, you are the last of your kind. Though I guess that's not technically true since I'm now Nephilim. I say, the words still so strange to speak out loud. There is no Twilight Queen, no court, no Nephilim. They are all dead. He steps back, his face frozen in shock.
I don't understand. What do you mean, dead? What happened to her? To them?
You must have already been captured when it happened. The Twilight Queen was overthrown by a Nephilim calling himself Nyx and his apprentice, Erebus. Nyx waged a war against mankind, but he lost, and all the Nephilim were wiped out. Except you. We stand staring at each other a moment, and I feel compelled to finish this awful tale. The Orders wiped out the Nephilim, but they kept you alive, in case they ever wished to make an army of Nephilim. That's why you were considered a weapon.
I was there, he says, near the start of the war. How could we have lost? How are they all gone?
This time I reach for his hand, conscious of how heartbroken I would be if I'd woken from imprisonment to find that all of my kind had been destroyed. It was genocide. Or nearly. He squeezes my hand gently.
We must find safety. We must hide before the church seeks us out to recapture or kill us.
I ease my hand out of his and straighten my back. I can't go with you, Zoran. I'm surprised part of me wants to, and surprised equally that part of me wants to return to Castle V.
You're in danger, Scarlet. Not only because of what you are, but because of me. Because of what I know and what those in power will assume you have learned. They will use you to get to me.
What do you know? The forest around us is missing the normal sounds of the night, and the quiet is disquieting. I can only hear our breaths on the cool air as I wait for him to tell me his secrets. I can see the struggle on his face, whether or not to tell me. Zoran, you said yourself they will assume I know whether you tell me or not. You aren't protecting me by keeping me in the dark. A logical flaw that nearly every stupid movie and superhero trope seems to rely on in situations such as these, which annoys me to no end. How is someone ever safer not knowing what is coming for them or why? Who has that ever saved? Not my parents. Not me a week ago. And not me now. He nods in consent and pulls me toward a large boulder under the silver tree. We both sit, our bodies pressed against each other, his dark wings moving the air behind us in pulses of currents.
Many years ago, he begins, his voice deep and his accent more pronounced, I uncovered an artifact, a device of great power. I suspect that is the reason I was kept alive, the real reason, and not to make more Nephilim, though undoubtedly some might have wanted me for that, too. They must have been looking for a way to extract the information from me.
What was the artifact? I ask, when he doesn't continue on his own.
It was one of the 7 seals, designed to bring mankind to its knees.
But they're myth. They're...
They are real. Very real, he says gravely.
Where are they?
I will not speak of that, for they must never be found again.
Does my grandfather know about this? Did he deliberately lie to me about Zoran and my parents? Did my parents know? Every answer seems to bring a dozen new questions. So, is that why the angel was after you? For the seal?
I believe so, he says. Angels once ruled this earth, many ages ago, and with the seals they could do so again. The Nephilim fought them during the Angel War, but with the Nephilim gone, all might be lost, for both of our kind.
I wonder who my kind is now. Am I still human? Or am I entirely Nephilim? In a war between the two, where would I land? Zoran's face hardens as he stares into the darkness.
I must find out what happened. The Nephilim could not have easily been eradicated.
He faces me, shifting on the boulder to touch my hand.
Come with me to Italy so we might uncover these truths together. You are Nephilim now, Scarlet. For better or worse, we are all we have left.
I feel the pull again, to leave with him, to leave behind the bodies and the pain and the lies and secrets and fly to Italy to uncover the truth. But I can't. I must stay. I have to train to become a Knight Templar so I can destroy the angel who killed my family. I must avenge them. I plead with my eyes for him to understand. Revenge, a universal motive amongst any race.
Have you fed yet?
He asks. I think back to Ragathon, to the bliss of his blood flowing into me, and nod. Yes.
That is good. Do not allow yourself to grow weak from lack of blood. Have you flown yet?
My heart hammers in my chest. No, I haven't.
You should come with me, he insists again, and learn the ways of Nephilim. Help me bring peace between humans and our kind. It's what your parents would have wanted.
I straighten at that, all fantasies of flying fleeing my mind. How would you know what they would have wanted?
I knew them well. You are so like your mother in many ways, but I see your father in your eyes. Not the color, but the intensity.
He knew them? This doesn't make sense. How? How did you know each other?
They helped me discover the seal.
But why would my parents work with a Nephilim? He reaches for my hand.
Let me show you. Close your eyes.
I do so, placing my hand into his, my breath hitching in my throat as the air around us changes, pulsing with a new kind of energy. It's electric, visceral, and when he tells me to look, I'm scared. But I open my eyes and see my parents. They're flickering lights, like the girl he conjured earlier, but they are in color, three-dimensional, almost real. I reach out with my free hand to touch them, but it passes through air.
You can't feel them. They are but memories conjured. You can only see and hear.
And so I listen as my heart breaks and heals and breaks again, and I can't decide if this glimpse into the past will destroy me or be something precious I carry with me always, like a lock of hair from a loved one or a fading photograph of one departed. They're in a study, a solid dark room with too much wood paneling and old books lining every available wall. They aren't alone. They stand next to each other and argue with 5 others. The Council of Orders. They are real, my mother says, her eyes alight with the fire of her convictions. The seals aren't just myths. We believe we've found one. And if we're correct, then it's a vault created by the angels.
This is folly, Ragathon says with that same dreadful scorn. We cannot support this useless quest.
You don't get to decide that on your own, my father says. I want to cheer him for standing up to that jerk.
No, he doesn't,
my grandfather says, already the Chancellor.
But the Council agrees, though for its own reasons. This is too dangerous and uncertain to risk our best Templars.
The scene changes to one of darkness. They're in an underground warehouse with Zorin. We believe you know where it is, my mother says. Please help us find it. Zorin, who looks the same then as he does now, shakes his head.
I have seen it, yes, in an ancient city beneath the waves, but I do not wish to return.
My dad, a much younger version of him, grasps Zorin's shoulder in camaraderie.
The vault is full of knowledge, treasures, the truth of whatever came before mankind, before Nephilim. Perhaps what we find there could unite our two races. It could end the strife that exists between us, the tension leading to war. This could save us all, Zorin. But we can't do it without you.
The Nephilim bends his head forward, his body still as my parents wait for his answer. My mother holds a hand out to Zorin. Will you help us unite our people into one? He grasps her hand in his and nods.
I will.
The vision disappears, and my heart lurches in my chest. They're gone. My parents. Their memories. Gone. I swallow a sob and breathe deeply to regain my control. Zorin waits a moment before speaking.
They had no idea what the vault truly contained. They never made it inside.
My parents. They fought to keep you safe, to keep you out of the hands of the angel.
Please, come with me, Scarlet. If not for your own safety, then to fulfill the will of your parents.
I chuckle without humor. That's the same argument the Chancellor of Castle V used to keep me here. But my answer is still no. Not now. An image of Jax comes to my mind, and I know I can't leave him. Despite everything that's happened, he's still the only friend I have left.
You can be my ally or my enemy, Scarlet, and you do not wish me as your enemy.
My answer remains the same. I have to finish my mission here.
Very well, then.
In a blur of darkness, he spins around and pulls a sword, black as night, onto me. Where did that come from? I didn't even see him draw it. One moment he's sitting next to me, the next he's armed like an avenging angel. He thrusts at me with his blade, and I dive behind a rock, scraping my knees on the rough granite and leaving a small dark mark of blood. He comes at me again, this time faster, and I fall back, scrambling through silver sand to avoid the slash of metal on skin. As he continues his assault, I dodge to stay out of the way, but am forced to remain on the defensive. I realize quickly I lack the skill and training to even attempt a countermove against him. If you came straight to find me after waking, where did you get the sword? I ask, avoiding impalement by the hair on my arms.
A Nephilim's sword, their wing blade, is never far from its master, Zorin says. You would know more if you accepted my offer.
He attacks me again, and I reach for him. If I can just use my power, I can end this. But he dashes out of my way, black tendrils billowing behind his wings as he glides through the air. He's toying with me, like a human taunting a cat with a flashlight.
You prove no match for me. Yet you seek to kill an angel? He asks.
I will train. I will become a Templar like my parents, the strongest knight the orders have ever seen. He swipes at me faster, and I don't dodge in time. It takes a moment to feel the pain, to see the fine lines of red swelling with my blood on my arms and legs.
Your father was the best of them, and not even he could best me,
Zoran says. Then he thrusts the sword at my throat and stops just as the blade teases my flesh. We both freeze. I try not to breathe lest the movement tip the fragile balance between us. He holds my eyes with his as he keeps me at death's door.
Tell me, who lasted longer against the angel? Me or your father?
I'm done playing his games and listening to his insults. You're the reason he's dead. The reason they're both dead. At that, his wings fall to his side, along with his sword.
Your father once told me that when he died, he would die for what he believed. And if what he believed in was me, then you are right. I am responsible for their deaths. And I am sorry.
I want to stay angry, stay furious. But I can only stand there and shake. My head too confused, my heart too rattled to know what I'm feeling. Zoran bends down and draws a symbol in the dirt at our feet. He makes a narrow X with the top smaller than the bottom.
Wings,
he says. Then he draws a line down the middle.
And a sword.
He stands, and we both look down at the symbol.
When you are ready, draw this upon your window in your own blood, either at your home here or at the castle, and I will come and help you, as your parents helped me.
Why blood? His gray eyes darken.
We are of one blood, you and I. By saving each other, we have become a part of each other. Your blood calls to mine as mine does to yours. This symbol focuses that energy.
What is it?
A symbol of trust, created so that Nephilim and Nephilim supporters could safely identify each other. One would draw half this symbol casually, and if the other completed it, you knew they could be trusted.
His wings expand to full height and width, and he catches the wind and flies into the night before I can respond. The silver tree above me fades away as the forest returns to the familiar. I shiver in the cold as I stand there staring up at the moon. How can I trust him? He just attacked me. Hurt me. I look down at my cuts, at my clothes, at the light marks on my skin, and I realize he didn't really hurt me. The cuts were so superficial they've already healed. The bruises already faded. He showed remarkable control. He hadn't meant to kill me, but he had meant to show me that he could. Chapter 19. The Cathedral. The sounds of the forest come back to me slowly. A night owl hooting in the distance. The scurry of critters who prefer the cover of darkness. Crickets singing their songs to the moon. The noise filters through my mind as I wander back to my house in a partial daze. I can feel my body wearing down, too tired to think any more about everything that happened. I didn't sleep much last night, or rather this morning, and it's burning into the midnight hour yet again. I need rest. My body and mind and heart need rest. I lock up the house and drag myself up the stairs to the comfort of my own room. I haven't been in here since before my vision test, which now means nothing. Before the battle that took my parents' lives. Before I died. Before I became something new. The blue comforter on my twin bed still crumbles at my foot, my sheets looking slept in. My laundry basket stands in the corner, overflowing with dirty clothes. I promised my mom I'd do laundry after my test. A book I'd been reading, a rare print edition about the history of flight, sits open on the dresser next to my bed. My walls are lined with posters of planes. It's all so normal. So everyday. I strip off my new clothes and pull on my sweats and an old t-shirt. One of Jax's old t-shirts, I realize. The thought almost too much for me. I consider changing again, but I'm too tired, and instead sink into my bed, pull my covers over my head, and let the night lull me to sleep. I sleep late and wake to an early afternoon serenade from a bird in the tree by my bedroom window. After showering and changing into jeans and a t-shirt, I pull out my suitcase and pack as much as I can, not knowing when I'll be back here again. I'll have to sort out the details of the house eventually. Will I have the money to pay the taxes and keep it maintained? Or will I have to sell it? I can't imagine selling. Going through my parents' belongings. Getting rid of all traces of their lives. No, I'll find a way to keep it all. At least for now. As I pack and sort through my clothes and personal items, my mind goes over everything I know about Nephilim. It's not a lot. I was young when the war ended and haven't needed to know more since then. Evie, I say into my e-glass as I shove another sweater into my bag. I am here, Scarlet. What can I do for you? Show me the best footage you can find on the Nephilim War. I flip the e-glass over my right eye to access the holographic display screen. Would you like the most popular news reports? She asks in her crisp British accent. I shake my head, which I trained her to identify as no from my movements. Too censored. I need the files the public didn't get access to. Are you approving the use of hacking to acquire these files? They are stored in the Templar database. Another safety I programmed into her so she doesn't just hack whatever she needs to get information for me unless I say okay. You can never be too careful in these situations. Yes, I approve, Evie. Thank you. You are always welcome, Scarlet. The database is showing 2,342 files. How would you like to view them? I pause in my packing and sit on my bed. That's too many to watch. Sort by order of highest classified files and look for anything related to the orders. Nix. And look for files that might contain Jackson Lux. I remember something else I'm curious about. And the Shadow of Rome. As she works, I fill my suitcase and zip it up, then grab a backpack for my laptop, books, and anything else I might need. I don't know what I hoped to find. Maybe proof that Nephilim are the monsters I was raised to believe. Maybe proof they aren't. When Jax appears as a holographic image before me, I sit back down and watch the scene. He looks so much younger, barely old enough to be holding the sword at his side. And yet there he stands, in formal Teutonic night dress, sword at belt, back straight, chest out, on a stage before a small crowd. Ragathon stands before him, smiling like a proud father as he pins a medal onto Jax's chest. "Good job, son," he says, patting his shoulder. "I did as commanded, sir," Jax says, staring out at the crowd. "We ask no more from a soldier," Ragathon replies. Jax turns his face toward Ragathon. "Which is why I would like to request a promotion, sir." Ragathon rubs his chin, a serious expression creasing his face in fewer lines than he has now. Then he chuckles. "Ha! I like you, boy. I'll put in a good word. We could use more soldiers like you." "Yes, sir," Jax says, dead serious. "We really could." Even then, he was hoping to change things for the better. Evie flicks to the next video, and I almost tell her to go back to Jax when the council chambers appear. My grandfather, Ragathon, and the other council members sit in their assigned seats, a tense silence hanging in the air. Nyx, the instigator of the Nephilim War, and his apprentice, Erebus, walk in, both of them cloaked in black. Nyx wears a white mask with black patterns, while Erebus wears a mask with red around the eyes and gold details weaving across it. They're meeting with the Four Orders and Chancellor. I don't remember ever hearing about this. Evie, while I watch this, search all news records. I want to know if this meeting was ever reported. In the holograph, Ragathon complains that Nyx acted unjustly.
We had a peace, a truce between our people. We thought we could work with the Nephilim.
Nyx interrupts, his voice deep, primal and fierce, but also synthesized, likely being altered by the mask.
Peace? You killed my people for ages. You wish me to stop killing yours? Then surrender and abolish all laws related to Zeniths.
I heard the rumor that Nephilim fought for Zeniths. Now I know it was true.
The people won't allow Zeniths to go unregulated,
Ragathon argues.
The people will allow whatever you tell them,
Nyx says. Ragathon's robes rustle as he shifts in his chair.
We are their representatives, not their masters.
Nyx laughs without amusement, and my grandfather interrupts them.
Come now, Ragathon. Nyx is not wrong. The time for pretend is over.
He turns to speak to Nyx.
We are no longer a democracy. That much is true. But we cannot give you what you ask. The Pope would never allow it. Nor, I'm afraid, would he allow you to live. And if I were to surrender myself?
Nyx asks. My grandfather shakes his head sadly.
Then Zeniths would have peace, but not equality.
Nyx turns on his heel, fire in his movement.
Then the war shall continue,
he says as he moves to leave, his apprentice following him. My grandfather calls out from behind him.
Is it worth it? Spilling so much blood for so few?
Nyx turns to face my grandfather.
Is it ever worth spilling blood at all?
He walks out, leaving the council members whispering amongst themselves. The image cuts short as Evie's voice interrupts. Scarlet, that meeting was never made public, but there's something you need to see. Something urgent. She relays a live newscast into my e-glass. A blonde reporter sits in a newsroom and reads from a teleprompter, and above her they show a picture of Peter Conley, the graver I helped, along with 4 other Zeniths, all subdued and under arrest. During the deadly riots that devastated our city, 5 Zeniths were arrested for assault, as well as for their connection to known rebel organizations. These Zeniths have been found guilty on all accounts. They are scheduled for execution at Times Square in New York City in 3 days. The orders have issued a statement reminding everyone why it is so critical that Zenith restrictions be upheld, in order to protect the innocent from unregulated use of abilities. This is Courtney Miller from SPQRN. I click off the video, my heart beating frantically. Evie, connect me to the private line of the Chancellor. That will require hacking into the Order. Do you approve the... Yes, I approve, I say too loudly. Just do it! Hurry! It only takes her a moment, and the e-glass buzzes as it tries to connect to the Chancellor, my grandfather. When he finally answers, I've taken enough breaths to keep myself in check, but just barely. What are you doing to stop the execution? I ask without preamble.
I suppose I shouldn't bother inquiring as to how you reached this line?
He asks. No, you shouldn't bother. But you should answer my question if you ever want to see me at that school again. My fingers shake with pent-up rage and fear and more emotions than I can articulate.
I've done all I can. I'm sorry, Scarlet. I know you don't agree with how Zenith laws are implemented, but those who were convicted caused the death of several people.
Not as many deaths as the Inquisition caused in their retaliation and response, I say sharply, then disconnect the call and throw my e-glass onto my bed. I have to get to the castle. Have to talk reason into the Chancellor. Have to stop this insanity before it's too late. I grab my bags and drag them to the plane, then do one last check on the house. I glance at our family chess set, my eyes lingering a moment longer than I have time for. Without thinking, I pluck my king from the board and stick it in my pocket. We are never out of moves. There is always something we can do. I storm into the Chancellor's office without knocking, my previous calm shattered by the hours it took to arrive. "What do you mean there's nothing more you can do?" I demand, startling him from a cup of tea at his fire. His cat jumps off his lap and runs under the desk. My grandfather gestures me over, and I sit beside him, my spine straight and body still pulsing with the threat lingering over the captive zeniths.
"I've pulled every string I can," he says. "I'm out of strings."
The Inquisition is lying. I know one of the zeniths, Peter Conley, didn't attack anyone on purpose. Nor is he with the rebels. Jax and I saw him. He lost control of his abilities because of the chaos. Because the Orders won't let zeniths learn to control their abilities. How can he be executed for an accident?
"Those zeniths threatened the lives and safety of civilians. There's live footage going viral on the net as we speak, showing the zeniths using their abilities against the innocent. People are scared. Something has to be done. An example must be made, or there will be civic unrest throughout the world."
Then make new laws. Help zeniths learn control. Killing them is not the answer. The Chancellor puts his tea on the table beside us and sits forward, his long robe spreading before him.
"Ragathon's operation failed, and many died as a result. He's trying to minimize the damage."
So this execution is just a distraction from his failure? This makes me sick.
"I'm afraid so,"
he says. The cat meows, stalking us over the Persian rugs until she lounges at our feet in front of the warm fire. Why can't the Council stop him? I ask. He's not an autonomous power, no matter what order he controls.
"We did take it to the Council. Grandmaster Gabriella agreed with the verdict, as did the Grandmaster of the Hospitallers. The Templars were outvoted."
Then I'll stop this myself, I say, leaving his office with rage building in me. I head straight to Ragathon's office, figuring it's the best place to start looking for him. I will control him with my power and make him change the sentencing. I find him in the hall leaving his office. The sight of him makes my skin crawl. I grab his arm and push my mind into him. Nothing happens. My power can't penetrate him.
"What is this? Now you're attacking a Grandmaster? Is the impending death of those tainted zeniths not enough of a warning for you, Miss Knight? Are you ready to join them on the chopping block this week?"
I don't respond. Don't give him the benefit of seeing my rage. He waits half a second longer, then sneers, a default look for him, I'm learning, and turns on his heel to walk away. I'm left sitting on the stone hallway floor, the color drained from my face, my blood boiling under my skin. I should have torn out his throat that day, should have pulled the trigger, should have ended him when I had the chance. I won't make that mistake again. Unsure of why my abilities aren't working, I run to my room, which already has my luggage thanks to one of the soldiers who escorted me back to the castle from the landing strip, and I collapse onto my desk chair. First, I double-check the encryptions I encoded in my new e-glass, making sure the Order can't get through and track me. Then, I dig through my bags and find the rebel chip I took from the dead rebel's e-glass. I slip it into my e-glass and try to access the line. They gave their signal a new encryption. It doesn't take long for Evie to hack it. She's becoming almost as good as me. When it's live, I press the button and speak. "It's in," I say, heart racing. "I need your help." As I wait for their reply, I use a knife to cut my finger, and on the glass of my window, I draw the stylized wings and sword, the symbol of the Nephilim, the symbol of trust. It shimmers with a glowing light and then fades into nothing. Messages sent. I wait. New York marches on. New Yorkers are a tough breed, and no amount of Inquisition harassment, public executions, or murder can keep them down. An immutable fact of history and present day alike. But they also honor the past. Signs of the tragedy cover the city. Impromptu memorials of flowers, pictures, and gifts, all left where loved ones died. You can tell the socioeconomic class of the deceased by the foliage. The rich left exotic, genetically modified flowers with petals that shimmer silver and turn different colors throughout the day. The poor gave what they could, from wherever they could find it. All of it breaks me, but I push myself on, averting my eyes to the sorrow, protecting my heart from the memories as I scout for the location Zoran gave me. He sent an encrypted message to my e-glass, by means I can't decipher. I have to admit I'm impressed. When I arrive, I find Zoran sitting outside a coffee shop, sipping a steaming cup of something. I join him at the table and eye the cup. Does our kind drink coffee? I loved the stuff before all this, but so far not much appeals to my no longer human taste buds. He pushes the drink toward me. Try it. I shrug and take a sip. It tastes normal. Zoran nods. Coffee never did taste good. If you liked it before, you're bound to like it now. I smile, glad not all food is denied to me. Zoran leans back in his chair. You'll find you still enjoy some things, and for the things you don't. He takes a bite of bread off his plate and frowns. Well, it doesn't hurt to blend in. I study his chiseled face, his gray-blue eyes and perfect body, and choke back a sarcastic retort about how well he does not fit in. I want to ask how old he is, but I feel that might be rude, so I ask, when were you turned? He grins slowly. Let's just say... He leans in closer. Before the cataclysm. My eyes widen. What was it like back then? Similar. Humanity changes little. I roll my eyes. Come on, you can't just say before the cataclysm and tell me everything was similar. He sighs. Fine. There was a time women were considered property. What? How does that even make sense? He shrugs. Also, there was a religion that considered cats holy. Now that I understand. He grins. So, are you ready? I nod and follow him to one of the rarest sights in Manhattan. A parking spot. He waves at a black sports car, and it unlocks using his scanned handprint. When he opens the passenger door for me, I slip in and sink into the leather comfort. This is the newest e-drive on the market, I say when he gets in. But you've been unconscious for years. I narrow my eyes in suspicion. Where did you get the money to pay for this? He starts the engine, bypasses the auto-drive feature, and pulls out. I've lived a long time, Scarlet, and I've accumulated a massive amount of wealth. I've also acquired a decent survival instinct. I have safe houses throughout the world with stashes for emergencies. Today, I used one. Smart, I say. Given how much you spent on this beauty, why aren't you letting it drive, since that's what it was designed to do? He shakes his head. I prefer to stay in control as much as possible. Less chance of ending up dead that way. Our drive takes an hour and leads us to a long stretch of wilderness on the outskirts of Manhattan. He pulls up to a property that's seen better days, with overgrown weeds, debris littering the grounds and shambled buildings lining the entryway to the main building. I look up and smile. This place is amazing. Even in its current state, it's magnificent. An old cathedral, built from obsidian that glints in the sunlight. It rivals Notre Dame. What is this place? I ask as we park and get out.
It belonged to the Nephilites. It was their main temple before the war. They believed Nephilim were gods. Angels returned to protect the earth and lead the people. They would offer their blood as sacrifice and erected this cathedral as a place of worship. They created a community around it, which is what those other buildings were for. Lodging, storage, barns.
That religion is outlawed now, I say. Anyone caught practicing is sentenced to death. I walk around, admiring the architecture as Evie pulls up footage of the cathedral before the war. I scan the articles briefly. This place was destroyed during the war. All the worshippers were hanged as heretics and traitors. I step on something soft underfoot and bend to pick it up. A doll. Old, torn, weathered, but once belonging to a child who lived here, who played here, and who ultimately died here. Do you believe Nephilim are gods? I ask.
No, I do not.
His lips are set in a grim line.
But people should be allowed to believe as they wish and worship as they are led, as long as they do not harm others.
A memory returns to me, one I haven't recalled in many years. I was young, and the Nephilim War was still in full force. I remember sneaking downstairs one night to watch the news with my parents when I was supposed to be asleep. They showed a clip of several Nephilim in flight, their gorgeous wings outstretched, captivating to a child who dreamed of nothing but flying. My dad caught me and walked me back to bed. I want to be Nephilim when I grow up, Daddy, I told him as he tucked me in.
Why is that, my little star? They're the enemies.
Because they can fly and they don't even need a plane. And besides, you always say that no group is bad, that individuals in any group make their own choices. Couldn't I be a good Nephilim? He smoothed my hair off my forehead and kissed it.
I suppose you could, Star. If anyone could do it, it would be you.
Zoran tears the boards from the front door of the cathedral and walks in. He turns to look at me.
This is where we will train.
Wow, you're really just going to throw me off the roof of this cathedral? That's your brilliant training plan? I stand at the edge and look over the fields around us. The wind blows against me, and I breathe in the fresh country air.
Your wings are like a new limb, and like any limb, they are best first used by instinct. The height will motivate you. Even if the fall doesn't kill you, it will hurt. Before we start...
Without letting him finish, I run to the opposite edge of the roof, building momentum like I would in an airplane, and I jump off the edge. I don't so much fly as I fall. And fast. My heart races in my chest, knocking against my ribs as if it can escape this fool body and find someone with better self-preservation instincts. But I know I can do this. I was born to do this. Come on, wings. Do whatever you're supposed to do. Now! I close my eyes and let all my fear go. I focus on the feel of the wind, on the momentum of my body, on the sheer bliss of being airborne. I've been flying my whole life. This is second nature to me. It happens in a flash. My back and shoulders burn, and the air currents change as my body expands and grows new limbs. I open my eyes. I'm racing over the ground, no longer falling toward it. Joy, intense, visceral joy, overwhelms me. I turn my head and see silvery feathers made almost of light shimmering at my back. I want to touch them, to feel their texture. But that can come later. For now, my wings and I are ready to soar. I fly over the woods and dive toward a lake, letting my hand trail in the water and splash around me. I can see my reflection in the light of my wings in the water. I look otherworldly. Zoran joins me, his wings dark to my light. I wonder how it would feel to touch his wings, to run my hands over them. I blush and pull my eyes forward. He chuckles as if he knows what I'm thinking.
"Let's see how fast you can go, shall we?"
He speeds up, turning into a blur as he flies, and I push myself to match him. We become sparks of light twirling through the sky. When he finally slows down and lets me catch up with him, I can tell he's impressed.
"It's been a long time since someone surprised me."
I grin, still in flight, so happy I can almost forget the horrors of the last few days or why I'm really here with Zoran. To train, to learn as much as I can in the next 2 days so I can save the Zeniths.
"Now, let's stop,"
he says, and he hangs mid-air, suspended as his wings keep him from falling, like treading water. Only I don't know how to tread. Airplanes can't tread, at least not the ones I flew. I keep flying in a blind panic as I try to slow my wings to a stop without falling out of the sky. Instead, I crash into a tree and fall to the ground like some kind of miserable cartoon character. Zoran floats up next to me and reaches out his hand to help me up.
"We'll work on that,"
he says, smiling a tad too brightly. Zoran holds a stick out to me and keeps one for himself. I glare at mine. A stick? When do I get a fancy sword? Or even one of those wooden swords kids train with? Why a stick? He raises an eyebrow.
"Because I don't have any wooden swords on hand, and you aren't ready for a real one. You'd end up hurting yourself, and we don't have time for that. You don't have time for that."
I hold up my stick, sufficiently scolded.
"Do what I do,"
he says. We parry back and forth, hitting each other's sticks as he speaks.
"Nephilim swordsmanship originated in Greece, and the different forms are named after different deities of the night. This is the way of Nyx. She is the personification of night, and just as she stands at the beginning of creation, so does her form stand before all others. You must learn it before you can progress to other forms."
I didn't realize the Nephilim leader used the name of one of their deities. "How many are there?" I ask, trying to mimic his wrist movements.
7 in total,
he says, blocking me and striking.
"In time, I shall teach you all of them."
My muscles burn and my hand grows tired of holding up the stick. I drop it to my side, halting our practice. I've always wondered, why do Nephilim and knights use swords instead of guns?
"Bullets won't kill a Nephilim, nor an angel. You've seen that yourself. But a wing blade, like its master, can draw the life from its victim until there is nothing left."
I felt the power of his blade the night before, though only a fraction. "When do I get one of those?" He smiles.
"Not until you're ready. A wing blade of your own is a great responsibility."
I hold my stick back up and lunge. He blocks and parries. "You're afraid I'll lose it?" I ask.
"I'm afraid of what you might do with it, or what it might do with you."
He steps past my block and whacks me on the arm. Ouch! That hurt! I rubbed the sore spot.
"Not as much as a wing blade would. A wing blade craves life force just like a Nephilim. So if one is not careful, the blade will send them into a bloodlust. Or, if no blood is to be found, it will turn on its master."
You make it sound like it's alive.
"Not quite,"
he says.
"I'll explain more later."
He whacks me again on the hand and a red welt forms.
"Focus!"
I rub at the sting. But how do you make it appear from...
"Focus!"
I hit his stick with mine and don't give up. But how do you make it appear? He stops our sparring and silently begins to collect sticks. I huff and I puff, but he doesn't acknowledge me until I sigh and say, "Fine, I'll focus. I train hard, mirroring him, blocking, dodging, lunging. I figure if I can prove myself a good student, he'll be willing to tell me more. At one point, he has me fight a tree with my stick, while he collects more twigs and makes a fire as the sun begins to set.
"That's enough for today,"
he says, his wings flickering behind him. We trained with and without my wings, so I can get used to the balance either way. I regret I'll have to keep them hidden while at Castle V. So while we sit around the fire, I let my wings expand behind me, glittering silver moonlight in the darkness. He tosses me a life force, and we both drink, replenishing our strength. I hold up my empty packet. Why do I feel better when I drink this and nothing else?
"It's an application of angel technology," he says. "They found a way to harness the life force of living beings. The drink activates our own cells to regenerate. Not like blood, but close enough to get us by."
I toss my empty packet into his bag and tuck my legs under me, enjoying the warmth of the flames and the stillness of the night.
"We should talk about any changes you may be experiencing,"
Zoran says as he stirs the fire.
"But first..."
He reaches into his backpack and pulls out a bag of something white. Marshmallows? I stare in disbelief as he sticks one onto a stick, passes it to me, and prepares his own.
"One of the finer things in life."
"But we don't need food anymore," I say. He grins, his face looking younger, less warrior-like.
"Since when did anyone eat marshmallows for their nutritional content?"
He holds his over the fire, letting it turn a golden brown before popping it into his mouth. I do the same to mine, still eyeing him skeptically as I hold it to my mouth. This isn't a trick, is it? I'm not sure I can bear it if you ruin marshmallows for me. He laughs.
"It's not a trick, I assure you."
I gingerly place it in my mouth and bite down. A delicious flavor spreads through my mouth. The first yummy food I've eaten since the night I turned. I immediately grab another one and stab it with my stick.
"Good, right?"
He roasts another for himself.
"You know, it wasn't until the mid-1900s, AD, of course, that they figured out how to mass-produce these. By Lilith, I was so happy that day."
I can't imagine living through so many changes in the world. Would that be me now? Ageless, immortal, a witness to time but no longer a part of it. I focus back on my treat, unwilling to wrestle with greater existential conflicts just now. I must admit, I'm grateful for more options than chugging life force and coffee all the time. I pop the second marshmallow in my mouth and set my stick down. But I need to get back to training.
"Yes, and why are you so determined to train with me? Last we spoke, the orders were enough."
I haven't told him anything, and he hasn't pried, which I'm grateful for. But he deserves to know the whole truth. I was wrong about them. I confess. He leans forward and sets his own stick down.
"Tell me."
His eyes glow in the firelight.
"Tell me what they've done."
I thought I would censor myself, but when the words tumble out, they come all at once and complete. I tell him about Peter and the other Zeniths and my plan to rescue them. I tell him about my place in the Four Orders and Jack's. Zoran folds his hands together and stares into the fire.
"Have you considered, Scarlet, that you may have to fight your friend?"
Jax can't stop this, I say. But he's against the orders as much as I am. Maybe more. He won't be a problem.
"Let me tell you a story, Scarlet,"
he says, his voice taking on the timbre of one accustomed to oral storytelling.
"Many years ago, while in Africa, I saw a tiger in a circus, caged, its right paw festering from a wound its masters had inflicted. The beast, once mighty, was left to die a slow death, for its masters intended to make as much money as possible. And I thought, this is not the way a creature should die, for we deserve a peaceful sleep, or at least a quick end. So, one night, while the masters were all drunk after a night of performing, I forced open the cage door. But the tiger did not move. I spurred the beast on. "Spend your last days in the jungle you once ruled," I said. "Spend your last days at home." But the tiger did not move. I backed away, wondering if my presence was making the beast hesitant. But the tiger did not move. And I realized the tiger was already home.
He pauses, still holding his eyes on the flickering of light before him.
Too long had the beast lived in the cage of its masters. Too long had the beast played a part for another.
He looks up at me then, with kind eyes that have seen too much in a very long life.
Are you certain that Jax still longs for the jungle? Are you certain that Jax is not already home?
I don't know. I know he wants change. I know he's against these killings.
And if he's ordered to fight, what then?
I pause. I don't want to think about having to fight Jax as Nightfall. But I'll do what I must. I'll do what is right.
Very well. I shall help you,
Zoran says, though I still see doubt in his eyes.
Now, you need to get these rebels you spoke of to lend aid.
I will, I assure him. I'm still waiting to hear back. I'd sent another message before leaving to meet Zoran.
And if you can't, you may have other assets,
he says.
Besides flying, have you noticed any other abilities emerge since your transformation?
Yes, I admit. When I touch people, sometimes I can become them, as if I'm in their mind. Sometimes it lasts a while. Sometimes it's briefer, like I'm telling them to do something. Only it feels more like I'm telling a part of myself to do something. He whistles under his breath and gives me an appraising look.
That's a rare ability.
It doesn't always work. I can't always flip into someone.
Flip?
It's just what I call it. Once I couldn't do it because I was weak and hungry. That's when I first fed. My ability worked after. But then later, I tried to flip into the same person, and I couldn't, even though I had the strength.
Have you considered that you may only be able to flip into the same person once?
I consider everyone I've used my power on. Ragathon is the only one I ever tried to control more than once. That actually makes sense. I'll have to test that theory when I have time. He nods.
Every gift has limits, but this is very powerful indeed. If you can turn, or flip, enough people to our side, we may not need the rebels.
I shake my head. No, I've never controlled more than one person at once, and never for long. He nods in understanding.
With some training, you might be able to expand your powers, but that will take more time than we have at the moment. Have you noticed any other abilities?
No.
You may manifest them. You may not.
Summoning memories is your ability? I ask.
Yes.
But if we're all Nephilim, why can we do different things?
Do you want my theory, or that of the priests?
Yours. I decide to roast another marshmallow while we talk, since we obviously aren't training again anytime soon.
If Nephilim are descended from angels and humans, or if turned, have both angel and human blood, then we are only part angel. Like all half-breeds or mutts, we possess a propensity for variation. Some of us inherit more angel traits than others.
So an angel would have both of our abilities, I say.
More,
he says, throwing another stick into the fire while I eat my marshmallow. Is that how you knew that what attacked me was an angel? Because of its abilities?
There are two kinds of Nephilim,
Zoran says.
Those who are born, and those who are turned. Those who are born have wings of gold and white and red, and though they gain power from blood, they do not require it to live. Those who are turned have wings of blue, purple, silver, and black, and, without life force, they wither away.
I look at his black wings and my silver. We were both turned. He continues.
The two kinds are named after the colors of their wings. Those who are born are said to be of sunrise, and those turned to be of nightfall.
I move my wings, letting a few tendrils curl around my hand as I watch them. They almost look white, in the right light, but I can see the silver hue surrounding them. So we are both of nightfall. Zoran nods.
The angel was of neither. He had wings of gold and purple mixed with white.
I was colorblind when I first saw the angel. I relied on Evie, who had focused on the gold, but hadn't focused on the color of the angel's wings. Zoran stirs the fire again, its flames flaring up and sending sparks into the cool night air.
If your plan is to work, you will need a weapon.
I smile, bittersweet. I know just where to get one. With a flap of my wings, I rise into the sky and head back to the kingdom of sky. Zoran catches up quickly, laughter in his voice as he flies by my side.
You are an impulsive one, aren't you?
I prefer decisive, I say, picking up speed until we blur through the sky faster than an airplane. I should be freezing, but my new body is made for the skies, for flight, for all temperatures, and all I feel is freedom. I land just outside my house. I pull the bunker door open, wondering who closed it, and Zoran follows me in. I ignore the swell of emotions within and walk to my mother's case. My genetics are close enough, my dad said. I place my hand in the key and it comes to life, revealing gleaming silver armor and a sword. Chapter 20. Trust Amongst Rebels. I stay at my house that night, unwilling to return to Castle V until I'm prepared to rescue Jax. Trix, the Shadow of Rome herself, contacted me, and we agreed to meet at the cathedral at noon. With time on my hands until then, I study my mother's armor and make some modifications that will help my role as N. After a few hours, I admire my work. The armor gleams, no longer just silver, but black, like the night. I keep a few subtle silver accents where the tree of life remains carved into the chest plate. At a certain angle, the silver reflects the moonlight, like tiny stars at midnight. The leggings and chest plate have the flexibility of fabric, but more impenetrability than steel. They fit like they were made for me. I modify the half mask, which covers the top of my face, connecting it with my e-glass so I can keep my identity secret, but still stay in communication. My final plan involves sending Zoran out for an easy dye kit.
You want a what?
He asks, his face a comic display of dismay. An easy dye kit. They're relatively new. They allow people to instantly change their hair color with the touch of a small button you wear behind the ear. I need one to disguise myself when I meet with the rebels. They can't know who I am, especially if I ever need to return to Castle V as Scarlet. He paces my living room, filling it like a god of old.
And why can't you get this yourself?
1, because I have no money and they are ridiculously expensive. And 2, because I have to finish getting ready for my meeting. He glares at me.
So now I'm to be your errand boy?
I grin. It will make you useful. He mumbles a few choice words before flying out the door. It doesn't take him long to return, bag in hand with my new hair kit. Thank you. Want to see the magic? He rolls his eyes. Sure. I install the tiny metal sphere into my e-glass, then tap it twice as per the directions. Almost instantly, my hair turns black with a silver streak down the front. Voila! His eyes widen. Could have used that a few years ago. So you like it? You remind me of the Twilight Queen. I raise an eyebrow. So... He sighs. While I prefer your pale hair, yes, you look very nice. His words make me a little giddy. Thanks. I admire myself in the mirror when Evie beeps at me. You have just enough time to get to your appointment, Scarlet, she says in my ear. It's time, I tell Zoran, as I pull on my mother's armor and become someone else. Zoran and I arrive first. We keep our wings hidden and wear black cloaks with hoods. We claim a spot in the dusty belly of the cathedral, on old pews that haven't been completely ruined by the war. Moonlight shines through the windows. If we're going to use this as our base, we need to clean it up, I tell him. He wipes away an inch of dust from the wooden bench before sitting down. Agreed, he says. Zoran doesn't wear full armor like me, but he does wear a mask to disguise his face. Better we aren't easily identified at this point in the trust game. Trix arrives with TR. We both agreed to only bring one other with us. She looks around, her cropped red hair flipping against her cheek as she spins her head. Classy. Did the maid quit? I laugh. Good help is so hard to find, I say with the same light tone as her. TR grunts. I only saw him once, briefly, in the crowd with a hoodie on. Now I can see all of his features. His light hair is shorn high and tight. His blue eyes glare at me with mistrust. Can we get this meeting started? He asks. I gesture for them to sit, which they do. Why are you wearing masks? Asks TR. You've seen our faces. We should see yours. Maybe she's someone we'd recognize, Trix suggests. I'm not one of you, I say. Neither of us are. And I won't have our identities compromised if one of you is captured. My guys would never break, TR says, crossing his arms over his chest. We all break, says Trix, more moderately. I like her. You didn't tell them anything, he says, his voice less caustic with her. More loving. Interesting. Nothing important, she says with a shrug. But people have different priorities. En's right. Someone might give out her identity if they didn't value it. And like she said, she's not one of us. So why would we value her? My plan will strategically benefit you, I say, tired of being talked about as if I'm not there. How exactly? I speak quietly into Evie, and she projects onto a blank wall the images I queued up. 2 young men, one small and thin, Peter, and another large and burly, called Alan. 2 women, Mary and Annie, sisters with long black hair. And Lucy, a little girl with big blue eyes and a cut on her cheek. They all look weary and sad, and when I glance at them, images of Brooke and Ella flash through my mind. 5 Zeniths sentenced to be executed due to their involvement with you. TR studies the faces. We've never worked with them. I nod knowingly. They lost control of their abilities during the Shadow's escape. Now, the Inquisition will kill them because they have no one else to punish. Saw this on the city cameras, did you? Asks Trix with a smirk. I nod. Outrage forms on TR's face. Bastards are saying they just murdered people. So what's the plan, En? Trix asks. We rescue them. TR jumps up from the bench, hands in fists. Are you crazy?
After what just happened, the whole city is a fortress. We'll never get close to them, not to mention get out.
I stand and face him. Tell me, TR, did I or did I not secure the shadow of Rome's escape? He scrunches his face.
Yeah, but...
And they were waiting for you, I remind him. This time, we'll be the ones to surprise them. This time, there will be no casualties, I promise you.
There's no way you can promise that,
he says. I smile. I do. No one will die. Not even the Inquisition. His mouth falls open for a moment, and he snaps it shut.
And what do we get from this? A chance to play your puppets?
I shake my head calmly, hiding my anxiety and fear. They need to agree to my plan. They are powerful Zeniths. I witnessed the abilities of one, Peter Conley, a level 5 Graver, after I helped you escape. If you save them, they will join you, and you will need their help to win. I pause for effect. The 4 orders have knights who are Zeniths. They don't look surprised. You know about Zenith patricians? I ask. Trix nods. We've known for a while, ever since we served under Zen Pats in the army. Why not release this information to the public? TR sighs, rubbing his temples.
And do what? Others have tried before. The most we'll get is a riot quickly put down and the information discredited. If we are to reveal this, we need to do it at the right time.
I nod, taking note of his idea and modifying my original argument. After we rescue the Zeniths, I will convince them to join your ranks. It'll be a huge public blow to the orders when a second execution fails. And what if they don't want to join? Asks Trix, crossing her legs casually. She stays cool and collected while TR is all fire. I'll have to remember that. They will, I say. They'll be fugitives. They'll have no other options. I'll do whatever I can to make them. That I vow. TR is not impressed, based on his scowl. Trix nods thoughtfully. It's a good idea, En. You want to strengthen us once again. But why? I'd say you know these fellows, but that wouldn't explain why you helped rescue me. My reasons are my own, I say. I get the privacy. She stands as well, but Zoran stays to the side, silent and imposing. We all have reasons of our own, and not just the fighting for equal rights stuff. Sure, that's important, but we've all lost things. People. Something deeper drives us. And I want to know, what drives you, En? Because then, maybe we could trust you. They both look to me for answers I can't give. I've already helped you. Isn't that enough? It's a start, she says. But you could still be part of the Inquisition. This could still be some Inquisition scheme to gain our trust. So, I ask you again, En, what drives you? I can't tell them the whole truth, but I have one last move up my sleeve. You're right. We've all lost things. I lean down on one knee and draw the first half of the Nephilim symbol, a symbol of trust. I see the recognition in TR's eyes as Trix kneels next to me and completes the symbol. She looks at me with awe and whispers, "You believe they'll return?" No. I drop my cloak to the ground. Warmth spreads through my back, and I unleash my silver wings. I believe they already have. I understand why you wear a mask, Trix says, her red hair flaming in the sunlight as we walk outside the cathedral. But it makes it hard for some of us to trust you. You mean TR, I say. She nods. Him the most, yes, but others too. You could be a spy for our enemies. You could endanger the lives of everyone we work with. I extend my wings to remind her of what I am. My very existence flies in the face of the orders and their assurances that the Nephilim are dead. If they catch me, they will kill me without hesitation. Humanity has tried to annihilate my kind since the beginning of time, and they almost succeeded. It's still strange thinking of humanity as something separate from me, but they are. I'm no longer human. That's what I told TR. You can't be a spy because they would never work with Nephilim, and Nephilim would never work with them. It's why I want you to see something. She walks to a motorcycle in one of the garages and pats the back. Up for a ride into the city? I hesitate, leery of being alone with the shadow of Rome. What kind of zenith are you? The news don't say. I hope knowing the answer will give me comfort. She picks up a stick in her hand, and after a moment, the wood turns red, then ash-gray, falling through her fingers. I'm a burner, level 4. Great, so she can heat things up with a touch. At least she's not level 5. Then she could burn me from across the field. Either way, she is powerful, and I need her support. I have no other choice. Thank you for telling me. Let's go. Trix swings a leg over the seat, and I follow her lead, holding on lightly to her waist as she takes off, winding through the dirt roads until we hit something resembling civilization. We both wear hoods, hiding our faces from cameras. She takes me to a part of New York I've never seen before. It's older, dirtier, more run down. Fairy trees do not line the streets in this neighborhood. There's precious little beauty here. Only poverty, sickness, despair. It reminds me of the Domus Infirmus back in Sky, where the worst of the worst, the lowest of the low, went. She parks her bike, and we get off. I follow her into a building that looks abandoned. I scan the area, noting ways of escape, should this be a trap. We don't take the stairs up, as I expected, but instead we turn the corner and stand in front of what looks like a basement door. Trix knocks 3 times, waits, knocks twice, waits, knocks 3 more. A small black panel slides open and a pair of brown eyes stares at us through it. What do you want? What do all men want? Trix says. To be free. The panel closes and the door clicks open. A tall, lanky man with the shadow of a beard and a broad face smiles at us. How you doing, Trix? We've missed you around here. Missed you all too, she says with an easy grin. But you know how it goes in this business. He nods and leads us into a dimly lit large room lined with mattresses on one side and tables on the other. People of all ages and walks of life move through the room, some eating, some serving food, some sleeping, some talking with others, some sitting alone crying. What is this place? I ask. A safe house. All of these people are part of our cause, fighting in whatever way they can to make things better for Zeniths. We walk around as Trix greets people, mingles, asks about their families and lives, hugs kids who run up to her. You're popular, I say. She shrugs. I've spent a lot of time here. Then her smile fades, and she turns to look at me. I need you to be sure. Of what? That no one will die. Look around and... These are your people. These are the people who will die if things go wrong. I feel the weight of her words as I watch a child scurry across the room after a red ball. In the corner, a young mother nurses a newborn while she talks with a small group. An old man teaches a teenager how to play chess. I nod. I'm sure. She smiles. I've got a few things to check on. Make yourself at home. She leaves me standing in a crowd of strangers, each caught up in the rhythms of their own lives. I don't move to talk to anyone. I don't know what to say. So I just watch and listen. A soft voice startles me from my silence. You seem misplaced in this den of despair. An old woman leans on her walking cane, her white hair long and braided. Misplaced? I repeat. Perhaps, but I fear that defines everywhere in my life right now. She puts a hand on my elbow. Come, I will make you a cup of tea. She leads me past the people, through a curtain and into a small room decorated with bright floor pillows, a bed, a two-person cafe table, and a bookshelf full of books. Knickknacks line all the free spaces, ancient-looking things that span time and cultures. She guides me to a chair at the table and I sit, as she turns to make us tea with a burner on her dresser. Once she sits, I sip my tea and watch her do the same. She has a lined face that looks like it has seen much, and blue eyes that are still sharp. She wears a long, dark pink dress with silver accents and carries herself with grace. Who are you? I ask. Everyone here calls me Nana. Okay, I say, taken in by this charming woman. And what do they call you? N, I say. She doesn't pause at my obviously fake name. So, do you like New York, N? For an hour, we sit and talk about nothing much and a bit of everything. We don't talk about politics or rebel plans. I don't tell her my parents were just murdered in front of me. But I tell her my favorite book and learn about hers, and we talk about music and art and entertainment. When Trix finds us, she grins. I see you've met. I nod, standing, my teacup emptied twice over. Thank you for spending time with me, Nana. She stands and reaches for my hand. Hers are old and soft, her skin thin and fine, but her grip is firm. She leans in to hug me and whispers in my ear, I am sorry for your loss, child. How do you... I see your pain in the eyes of all who come here. Each one has lost something dear. A home, a lover, a child. They are but walking shells, and the world outside them is a dream. They forget who they are, for all they know is rage. But in the end, their grief fades, their anger subsides, and they wish they had never forgotten. I try to imagine myself without grief, without anger, but I cannot. What remains? Hope, she says, smiling. Hope remains. Chapter 21. Nightfall. I've always wanted my own aircraft. I just never thought I'd get it by stealing from the military. I also never imagined it would be a Night Raven, a small stealth jet with hovering capabilities and cloaking. A multi-billion-dollar machine. It wasn't hard. Once Evie hacked the Teutonic Air Force Base to find the identity and home address of the head of security, I caught him as he left for work and used my powers to compel him to program a Night Raven to leave base and arrive at the cathedral. You will remove all tracking and will not search for it. It will remain in your database. He nodded and did exactly as instructed. This was a bit high profile, and Zoran had some concerns, but we needed something that could be flown directly into Manhattan without being detected and could escape with speed and agility. The Night Raven can go over Mach 7, 7 times the speed of sound. It's undetectable, can defend itself, and can be operated remotely. And I've always wanted one. With it, I fly straight to Times Square, where the Zeniths are being held prisoner as Ragathon showboats until the execution. I hover the aircraft right in front of the central platforms and speak, projecting my voice through all the e-screens and speakers I've hacked into. This aircraft has the capacity to destroy this entire block. Do not move from your positions. A group of bystanders has gathered to watch the executions. Even after what happened last time, their bloodlust can't be contained. It sickens me. The crowd stirs, gasping, chattering like monkeys. There are more guards than before, officers and bruisers lining the square, the central command vehicle with its giant cannon pointed straight at the Night Raven. But no one moves. I have their attention. Ragathon, the cocky biter, holds his giant hammer in his fist, his red Inquisitor cloak billowing behind him as he speaks through his own speakers.
"Who is this?"
I lower the Night Raven and open the cockpit, stepping out in my full armor, my cloak, my face masked, my hair black as night with silver streaks. My image stares back at me from all e-screens as I speak. "I am Nightfall, and if you wish to live, you will do as I say." I point to the platform where the Zeniths slump in handcuffs against a pillar. They are drugged with Z-blockers and their eyes are glossed over, bodies made of limp muscles hanging over bone. I harden my voice. "Hand the prisoners over to me."
"And you'll leave?"
Ragathon asks, the gold and crimson of his chest plate splintering the city lights into fractals. "Yes." He sneers.
"And why should I trust a rebel?"
"I am no rebel," I say. "I am." Before I can finish, another aircraft appears from behind a skyscraper, hovering between New York towers. I dash forward, drawing my sword, my wings a spiral of silver light as I cut the jet wings off the aircraft using my blade. It crashes down to the street, bursting into flames before a screaming crowd. With wings exposed, I fly up and then let myself fall to the ground below the Night Raven. I speak softly, but my voice travels through the city. I am Nephilim.
"We can't let her go!"
Ragathon yells to his soldiers.
"Surround her!"
"Others of my kind are amongst you right now," I warn him. At those words, the crowds and soldiers and leaders, all of them freeze. I'm playing on their worst fears, that the Nephilim will return, that they can turn anyone, that they can destroy them all. If you move against me, my agents will destroy each and every last one of you.
"She's bluffing,"
Ragathon says.
"Fire!"
The cannon moves lower, pointing straight at me. And then, black tendrils like smoke whip from the crowd and cut the cannon in half. The dark whirl of motion continues until it lands above the crowd on a balcony. Zorin stands in his black cloak, sword raised, his face masked, his wings on full display. The e-screens alternate between images of him and me. 2 Nephilim. How many more are there? That's the thought on everyone's mind. "You should thank me, Inquisitor," I say sweetly. "If that cannon had gone off, all of you would have been killed." On cue, members of the crowd step out toward me, all cloaked in black and holding swords. The final illusion. The reason I need the rebels. "Sir, your orders," asks Ragathon's second, the Seeker. She stands at attention, ready to act, her body and face cloaked in cold steel with the Inquisition eye carved across her chest. Jax stands beside her, clad in silver armor with the black Teutonic cross. I try not to look at him. Ragathon's jaw tenses, and I can see the internal battle he wages. He's already failed one execution. Can he afford another? The city is quiet as all wait for Ragathon's command. He looks toward Jax, his face unreadable.
"Sir Lux, please escort the prisoners to the rebel."
Jax tries to mask his surprise, and then his dismay, but I see the telltale signs of his emotion flicker across his face. I know him too well. Something is not right with this. Why didn't he send the Seeker? She's his second. She's his lackey. Jax isn't even in his order. But Jax nods once, sharply, and reaches for Peter's chained hands, guiding him forward. A second chain connects all 5 Zeniths together, to slow them down if any one of them should run. I study them. There is Peter, and behind him Alan, the big man with thick arms. The two sisters, Mary and Annie, whose black hair flows in the wind, follow them. And behind them stumbles Lucy, the blue-eyed girl no more than 10. I do not know them, not really, but to me they are all Brooke and Ella. They are all innocents to be torn from this world. They stand in front of a firing wall, with officers positioned across from them, ready to shoot them dead at Ragathon's command. Peter stumbles forward, losing his balance, and Jax catches his arm and helps him up. There is pain in the knight's eyes. Every muscle in my body contracts, ready to spring into action at any sign the situation will deteriorate. Zoran whispers into my e-glass,
"I don't like this. Be careful."
As if I needed that warning. It takes them 16 steps to reach me, and what feels like an hour. Cameras capture every move, every facial expression, feeding those images into the e-screens for all to see. A few steps before Jax reaches me, he brings his hand to his e-glass and frowns, then drops his hand, his face going blank. Cold. Expressionless. My gut clenches. Every instinct is telling me to run, but I must see this through or these people will die. Jax is now standing before me, his eyes unreadable.
"This isn't the way,"
he whispers. I don't know how to respond. I don't know another way to save these people. When he sees I'm not going to yield or respond, Jax sighs, shakes his head slightly, and moves as if to hand the prisoners off to me. I reach for Peter, and Jax grabs the hilt of my sword. I try to shove him away. He grasps me, turning my back to him, and pushes the blade against my throat. "Call off your agents!" He yells so everyone can hear. I don't know what to say or do. How can this be happening? What's he doing? "Do not move without my command," I tell the rebels through my e-glass. Trix's voice comes through. "En? What do you want us to do, En?" Zoran's voice cuts her off. "Nightfall, use your ability." On Jax? I never thought I'd have to do that to him. "I have a shot," TR says. "I can take him out. Your call, En." Too many voices vie for attention in my frazzled mind. "No!" Jax speaks softly in my ear. "Tell your agents to retreat. You will be taken into custody, but you can still save your people." I push through my haze to try to reach him with logic. "If you don't let me go, they'll kill those zeniths." He grits his teeth. "This isn't the way to change the system." "So you'll let them die for this system?" We can't wait for future answers. We have to act now. Today. The lives that are lost in this moment count. Jax doesn't respond, and I know I've lost. Zoran was right all along. Jax is a caged tiger who learned to call his prison home. I can't change his mind. Not as Nightfall. Maybe not even as Scarlet. He won't betray the orders, even after they betrayed everything he believes, even to save zeniths like himself. Tears well in my eyes. I can't lose Jax. My last true friend. The last of my family. But if he insists on fighting me, I must do what is right. What is just. "I'm sorry," I say as I unleash my wings and surround us both in silver light, blinding Jax. The blade cuts at my throat, and I push it away, twisting out of Jax's grasp. I kick him to the ground, and I launch into the air. Jax jumps to his feet and stares at me from below, and though I know he can follow with his gravatics, he does not pursue me. I don't have the time to wonder why. The Seeker joins his side. They pull the prisoners back to the firing wall, chaining them up like animals sent to slaughter. Pandemonium ensues. Inquisition officers aim at any in the crowd they suspect of being aligned with the rebels. Trix calls me again. "En, what's the plan?" "If we fight, we will suffer casualties. Our own will die, and we'd have no way of guaranteeing the Zeniths will be free. If we don't fight, they die for sure, and we will have failed them. If we can gain some leverage, maybe if I take Ragathon hostage somehow." Before I can form a plan, someone screams and shots are fired. I look to the stage and my heart clenches in pain. In a blink, a heartbeat, all 5 Zeniths are executed. Without ceremony, without justice, without last words or rites. They are murdered. Lucy's little body sprawls out on the platform, blood seeping out of her, her hands still locked in chains, her eyes still open, staring into nothing. I feel sick. With my e-glass, I zoom in on Jax, who is pale, his face hardened in rage. This is what the orders do to those who are different. This is what they think is justice. "Pull back," I tell my team. "Get our people to safety." "You heard her," Trix says. "Everyone pull back." "Such a waste," TR grumbles, but he obeys. "Not a waste," I say as I board the Night Raven and fly out of the city and back to the cathedral. I'm trying to find the hope, the silver lining to this dismal failure. We revealed the truth to the public, that the Inquisition is ruthless and will murder anyone who gets in their way, and we showed them all the Nephilim have returned. "We, En?" Trix asks. "Are you joining us now?" "Just explaining what we accomplished," I say with a sigh. "I'll meet you back at the rendezvous." I cut the comm and pull off my mask. As the Night Raven pilots me to the cathedral, I bury my face in my hands and sob. I can't let them see what this failure has done to me. Can't let them know this is personal, that I knew Peter, if only for a moment. Only Zoran knows, but even he cannot console me. I am consumed by the grief of those deaths. Their blood is on my hands. I failed them. But I'm also torn apart by Jax's choice to stay loyal to the orders, rather than do what is right in the face of injustice. How could we have started in the same place and grown so far apart? I'm glad for my mask as I sit around an old oak table with Trix and TR across from me and Zoran at my side. The sun has already set, casting the world into darkness. Fitting. I shake my head to clear away the brooding thoughts as Trix leans back in her chair. "We may not have saved them, but we can still make a difference," she says. "With Nephilim on our side, we could change things." "You mean you could start a second war?" My voice sounds hollow. Dead. "We can crush the orders," she counters. "Really? Then why did we nearly go extinct to begin with? The Twilight Court had hundreds of Nephilim fighting, and they still lost. We have 2. As silence falls, the rebels look between Zoran and me, and then Trix cocks her head toward him. "What about you? Where do you stand in all this?" Zoran glances at me, then back at them. "I'm with Nightfall," he says. "But if I can be of assistance, please call on me." His offer surprises me. Maybe he has more hope in their cause than I do. "Here," Trix says, passing him an e-glass. "Use this to stay in contact. It's encrypted, so no one can trace the signal."
"Thank you."
He takes the device and slips it into his pocket. Trix turns back to me, her green eyes scrutinizing. "So how about it, En? You with us?" I can't think past my pain right now. "I need to go." I stand and head toward the door. "We can help each other, En," Trix calls after me. "You've seen that." Have I? What have we really accomplished, after all? I spouted some lines about our success, but they felt hollow, even to me.
"Let her go,"
TR says from behind me.
She broke her promise.
I spin around to face him as he continues.
The aircraft you took down, it crashed in the streets. That pilot and anyone around died.
He glares at me with his blue eyes.
You promised no one would die.
The aircraft had no pilot, I say, a weariness forming in my bones. And I controlled the crash. TR smirks.
How could you possibly do that?
She sent it there, Trix says, as realization dawns. She stole it like she stole the Night Raven and programmed it to show up. Didn't you, En? Yes. Despite everything, I'm impressed by Trix. She has a quick mind and rational approach I admire. I needed to demonstrate my abilities without hurting anyone. Not even Zoran knew that part of my plan, and they all look at me with something new on their faces. Awe. Respect. Trix folds her hands together and locks eyes with me. We need you, En. You're better than any of us. Thank you, I say, as I open the door and stare at the Night Raven. But TR was right. I did break my promise. People died tonight because of me. I hide the Night Raven in a mountain cave outside of New York. Then, using my own wings, I fly to the edge of New York and walk through the city, looking for the subway station that will take me back to Vianney Island and Castle V. I keep my e-glass turned off and ignore all e-screens. I don't want to see the zeniths executed over and over from different angles. Don't want to see the footage that will follow. I want this day to be over. As I pass by an alley, my own thoughts are broken by a boy screaming for help. I turn into the darkness and see 3 kids, barely teens, standing over another kid, kicking him in the stomach and taunting him.
Rotten zenith,
one says, landing a blow to his chest with a boot.
You hoping Nephilim win this time, Zenith? You hoping they kill us all?
I'm not... Zenith, please!
The kid on the ground begs through a split and bleeding lip. The second attacker spits at him and leers.
I saw you making things float in the bathroom.
No,
the boy says, shaking, cowering.
You're making that up.
The bully steps closer, crushing the kid's hand under his foot.
You calling me a liar?
No, please.
I run down the alley as they continue to beat the boy. Hey! I shout, ready to do whatever it takes to protect this kid. I worry I'll have to fight 3 minors, but the moment they see me, they run like the cowards they are. I reach for the boy's hand, but he jumps up and scuttles away from me.
I'm not a zenith,
he says. His face is red and covered in tears, his brown hair a mess of dirt and gravel.
I'm not!
He tries to push past me, and I drop my hand to his shoulder. Wait! My power opens up on its own this time, throwing me into his mind, his memories. At home, he levitates a small paper crane over his hand, a big smile on his face. In the bathroom, his backpack starts to float next to him. He didn't mean to. He wasn't even thinking. A group of kids come into the bathroom and see. In the school office, his parents talk to the principal. On the bathroom floor at lunch, a kid kicks him in the gut. At home, his parents yell at him, telling him to stop.
Can't you just be a normal kid?
And then he steals his father's key, the key to a drawer where his dad keeps a gun. Don't be afraid, I tell him, pushing the thought into his mind. Things will get better. He believes me. I make him believe. Things will get better, I say again, because I will make them better. Nightfall will make them better. I let him go, and he walks away, smiling, as tears fill my eyes. By the time I arrive at Castle V, I've mostly calmed down. My eyes are still swollen from tears, and I need a bath. But I'm back to being Scarlet, all signs of my alter ego stored away, my hair back to its pale blonde, but my heart still crushed beyond repair. I've only come back for one purpose. I haven't thought past what I'll do after. Will I stay and try to destroy the orders from within? Will I leave and join the rebels? Will I just disappear? Will I try to hunt the angel that killed my parents? I have no answers to any of these. No plan. No ideas. I only know one thing as I clutch my mother's dagger in my hand, hidden under the cuff of my hoodie. Ragathon will pay for what he's done tonight. I search for him on the grounds and find him saying goodbye to a group of students. He walks away, laughing, smiling, like he hasn't just murdered 5 people. I squeeze the dagger in my hand, the cold steel digging into my palm. As I walk faster toward him, my heart pumps quicker. Heat builds in my body. Adrenaline courses through me. I've never killed anyone in cold blood before, but I don't waver, don't hesitate. He's not an innocent, and I will have no regrets, no matter how this ends, as long as he's dead. I'm a few feet from him, his back to me as he walks away. I move closer, and I raise my blade, ready to strike, ready to end his life. This is my last move, my king ending the game. I lunge. Someone grabs my hand.
Scarlet?
My heart stutters, and the dagger falls to the ground. Ragathon continues on, oblivious to how close he was to the end of his life. I turn to the man who stopped me. Jax wraps his arms around me and holds me against his chest, his voice a breath against my ear.
Scarlet, this isn't the way.
Chapter 22. The Dark Templars. He bends down to pick up the dagger I dropped at our feet.
This wouldn't have changed anything, Star.
He hands it back to me, and I stick it in my bag.
Some other Inquisitor would just take his place. Maybe even someone worse.
He murdered people today. And you helped him. He frowns, his face a mask.
I hate what happened today. But if I didn't obey his commands to stop Nightfall, I too would have been executed or severely punished. Someone else would have done what I tried to do, and I would have lost any chance of making a difference from within. Sometimes you have to make choices for the greater good, the bigger picture.
At the sacrifice of lives. Their lives mattered. My throat chokes with emotion. His face softens.
They did matter. You're right. They do matter. But do they matter more than the millions we could save if we create lasting change?
That's assuming your way works. What if it doesn't? What if Nightfall is right? He shrugs, his face sad.
Time will tell. I have to do what feels right to me.
We begin to walk toward the water as we talk, moving away from the castle and anyone who might overhear us. But they're on your side, I say. The Nephilim are fighting so Zeniths and humans and plebeians and patricians can live equally. For years, they've been fighting. Can't you see that? All this time, they're the ones we should have been rooting for? He turns to look at me, his hand resting on my arm.
Scarlet, if Nephilim had won the war, they would have killed everyone who opposed them.
And have we done any different? Jax sits on a bench under a tree overlooking the water.
Look, there's no point in regretting a past we have no control over. You and I can change things now. We'll rise up the ranks, and we'll make a difference. One day, when a Grandmaster like Ragathon is to be replaced, we'll be the ones to replace him.
I have too much energy in me to sit, so I pace next to him, the beauty of the night lost to me. And what about Nightfall?
The council will deal with her. I want to smack him, but I refrain, pulling in all of my frustration at his narrow-minded views. Whether you like it or not, she tried to save innocent lives today. She may not have succeeded, but she showed the world there is injustice, and that someone is willing to fight for those disenfranchised. Jax shakes his head. All she did was show herself to be a terrorist willing to sacrifice anyone who gets in the way of her cause. Before I say something I'll regret, I turn away. I need to go. He stands and grabs my hand before I can leave. Scarlet, just wait a moment. I turn to look at him. Moonlight highlights his dark hair, and his face softens with a familiar smile. We might disagree on the right course of action, but we are aligned in our values, in our beliefs. We can make a difference. I respect you, even when we don't agree. You are still my best friend. He steps forward, and I can smell the mint of his soap as it catches on the breeze. You mean more to me than you know. I don't want Nightfall coming between us. He leans in and kisses my cheek, a light peck that leaves a mark on my skin, like a burn that travels through my body. Good night, Star. Choked by my own emotion, I say goodnight and walk quickly to my room. All thoughts of assassinating Ragathon gone. It won't work now anyways. Too public. Too dangerous. Unless I want a suicide mission, there has to be a better way. As I make my way into the castle and through the corridors toward the initiate's wing and my bedroom, I wonder at what my parents and Jax saw in this place. It oozes corruption and doesn't seem to do anything it promises to do. When I lock my door and check for bugs, you could never be too careful. I walk to the window, prick my finger, and draw the Nephilim symbol on the glass. It shimmers and disappears, and as I wait to hear from Zoran, I finally take the chip from the night my parents were killed and install it into my e-glass. I drop to my bed, clutching the token of strife in my hand, and watch that night unravel in full color. Over and over I replay the video, seeing them fight, seeing them both killed, seeing the angel come from the sky. It's nearly morning when I look up to see Zoran standing in my room, the window open behind him. I raise an eyebrow at the odd vision of him in my room. Isn't it a bit risky for you to be here? He grins.